right, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is the 22nd of May, 2024. We now have our first tornado warning of the day. This is going to be for portions of Coleman and Brown counties. In the big country, this is going to include the cities of Coleman, Santa Ana, Bangs, and for what it's worth, on its present trajectory, this will become a threat to the city of Brownwood within the next hour. So let's get to it. We've already had plenty of storms this afternoon, producing large hail, strong winds, flooding rainfall across portions of the big country. North Texas, Texoma into the DFW Metroplex. We've got meteorologist Jason Cooley, storm chaser Chelsea Burnett. They've been keeping an eye on that activity this afternoon. We've got storm chaser Adam Lucio. He is on this storm down here near Coleman. Data is an issue, so we don't have any live video for you right now. But again, this is going to be a tornado warning now until 3:45 p.m. This is going to be for portions of Coleman and Brown counties in the big country. This tornado warning does include the city of Coleman, Valera, Santa Ana, Bangs, and it does run towards western portions of Lake Brownwood and Brownwood. This is a supercell thunderstorm capable of producing tennis ball to baseball size hail, damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour, and now the potential for a tornado. This circulation is going to be riding east on Highway 67 right towards Santa Ana from Valera. Coleman, you're getting the hail. You're about to be our guinea pigs for the hail department. You're going to get to tell us how big the hail is by the time it reaches the surface. Unfortunately for y'all, that also means, well, you're going to have to be our guinea pigs to tell us how big the hail is. And it's probably rather obnoxiously
Texas local
large.
Storm report from 3 miles northeast of Plano in Collin County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 0.75 inches. Reported by public. Additional information. Report from Ping, Dime, 0.75 inches.
So this is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Valera, moving east at 35 miles an hour. This is going to be near Santa Ana in the next 10 minutes, so we'll say by 3:15 p.m. After that, this storm is going to be approaching Bangs about, let's say about 3:20 to 3:30. Could be approaching the city of Brownwood and Lake Brownwood by 3:45 to 4 p.m. Even if this storm is not producing a tornado, it does have a history of producing wind damage. We got power lines down on 67 near Valera. We've got the ability for this thunderstorm to probably produce baseball-sized hail at least, and the potential for a tornado. So those of you in Coleman, you're not getting the tornado, but you're getting the hail and the wind. Those of you in Santa Ana, you're going to have to deal with the wind and the tornado. And eventually, those of you from Bangs to Lake Brownwood to Brownwood to early in Brown County over the next 45 to 60 minutes, you're going to be dealing with the potential for a nasty supercell capable of producing all severe weather hazards. That storm again moving east at 35 miles an hour. Back up to the Metroplex we go. Where we'll end up, who the heck knows? We've got a supercell capable of producing, let's say, quarter-size hail, localized winds of 60 miles an hour, the potential for very heavy rainfall to cause flooding. We note multiple flash flood warnings in effect for portions of Texoma, North Texas, Cook, Grayson, Fannin, Denton, Collin, Hunt counties. Flash flood warnings in effect. These slow-moving storms producing quite a bit of heavy rainfall that are capable of producing street flooding, quick rises on creeks and streams, all that fun stuff that makes you regret driving around the DFW Metroplex even more than you already regret driving around the DFW Metroplex. This storm hail possible from Ala de Lucas to St. Paul down to Wiley, Plano, moving east at about 25 miles an hour towards Lavon.
2 miles southeast of Allen in Collin County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 0.75 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping, Dime, 0.75 inches.
So with that in mind, It's not a pleasant experience on Highway 75 right now. It's not going to be a pleasant experience on 78 across eastern Collin County. This eventually is going to move into Rockwall County and Hunt County, making I-30 more of a despicable nightmare than it is with the construction ongoing. So again, dime to quarter-size hail, localized winds over 55 miles an hour, very heavy rainfall that'll cause flooding across portions of Collin County, McKinney, down Plano on 75. It's an ouchies, moving east towards 78 from Garland, Wiley, all the way up to Farmersville on 380. And then this will be making its way
of Glen Cove in Coleman County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch.
Okay, we're going to mute that for now. And then eventually this storm moving due east at about 25 miles an hour. It's going to make it into Hunt County, making it an unpleasant experience to be on 380, 78, 66, and Interstate 30 around Greenville all the way back west over the next hour. Flooding rainfall, street flooding, quick rises on creeks and streams, dime to quarter-size hail, strong winds, lightning, all that fun stuff. It's probably going to try to strike a couple houses because, well, let's be honest, lightning and houses in parts of the Metroplex tend to be like, well, waffles at Waffle House. Come on now. Oh, man, I want waffles. That's a disappointing turn of events. We got some rain and storms along 82 from Lamar County over to Clarksville, all the way to near Texarkana. This activity could have small hail. It's not severe right now. To be a severe thunderstorm, you have to have one of the following criteria met. Quarter-size hail or larger, that is 1 inch in diameter or bigger. Wind gusts of 58 miles an hour or higher, windy, and tornadoes. One of those criteria. Lightning does not make a thunderstorm severe in that department, and neither does rain. That being said, it's May in Texas. Most storms are going to be producing really heavy rain and a lot of lightning. We've got a couple of storms. This one out in Stevens County, southeast of Breckenridge. That'll probably be making its way towards western Palo Pinto County. That could have a wee bit of hail with it. We'll keep an eye on it, making its way towards eventually Mineral Wells probably. And then we've got very angry, sassy little storm down here, high precipitation supercell. Radar thinks there's baseball to softball size hail in the city of Coleman. Hopefully not.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Palo Pinto and Stevens County in Texas.
Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Even I, the Baldian Chief, have the gift of foresight once in a while, and said stormy in eastern Stevens County, moving towards Palo Pinto County, has the potential now to produce quarter-size hail and localized damaging wind gust over 60 miles an hour. It's moving east at 35 miles an hour, which means if it continues, it's going to go say hi to parts of Palo Pinto and Parker County in the next hour. Yippity-doo, yippity-yay. I'm sure you're all thrilled. Doubtful. All right, so this storm over Coleman. Coleman, you're getting hit by hail. How big the hail is, who the heck knows? You get to tell us. But it could be really, really big. The potential for damaging straight-line winds is evident. We got power lines down on 67 near Valera. That's going to be well west of Santa Ana. And this storm does have a bit of a low-level circulation, so can't rule out a tornado near 67 south of Coleman. As this thunderstorm approaches approaches Santa Ana on Highway 67, and eventually it's going to say yippity-doo, yippity-yay, let's go say hello to Brown County, yay! It's going to be moving east at about 35 miles an hour towards Brown County, and yes, that means you, Tracy Norris, you in the city of Brownwood may be dealing with more problems after yesterday. This area got impacted yesterday by our one supercell we had to deal with. This storm ended up, or that storm yesterday had hail up the size of softballs. Today, well, this storm may have hail up the size of softballs, damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour, and just because you don't like hail, well, you may also have to deal with a tornado. So all the fun stuff, if that's what you consider fun. Personally, I do not, because it means I have to get on here and come up with commentary. And well, let's be honest here. Baldian Chief coming up with commentary is like me going to Waffle House for hash browns.
Texas local storm report from 2NW Plano in Collin County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.25 inches. Reported by amateur radio. Additional information, 1.25 in Hale, Coit and Legacy.
Switch radar sources here. We're going to go from the radar up there. Let's look from San Angelo to get a different angle on this storm. We're going to switch over from the how hard it's a-raining over to the which way the winds are blowing. And yeah, you can see we do have a circulation being depicted here by the San Angelo NEXRAD radar. The red and greens touching like little cute things there. It does indicate the potential for a low-level circulation approaching Highway 283 between the city of Santa Ana, Highway 67, and the city of Coleman. Coleman, you're getting strong winds, most likely. You're also getting hail. You probably have at least golf ball size hail. I wouldn't be shocked if we ended up having baseballs here, to be totally honest with you. If there is a tornado here, for what it's worth, it is probably wrapped in heavy rain and hail, what we call a rain-wrapped circulation. You're not going to see it. All you're going to see are little bands rotating around or spinning very quickly along with a broader mesocyclone. Somewhere in that hidden area of treasure is the possibility of a tornado. So, that being said, this storm, with its hail, its wind, its heavy rain, by the way, this thing's probably producing very heavy rain that could cause flooding, is on track to say, "Hi, Brownwood. My name's Stormy, and I'm about to make your day rambunctious for the second day in a row. Y'all ended up dealing with hail, wind yesterday. Well, guess what? You're doing it again, except this time you may have a tornado on top of it. So, my apologies. I'm just the messenger, the little magical weather communicator here. I do not have any ability to control the direction, speed, hazards with these storms. If I did, I would probably redirect some of these to some of our haters who like to send me notes. And, well, I would use my super duper magical radar to redirect said storm to their house and let them have the baseball size hail. But alas, I don't have that ability. If I did, I'd probably have enough money to buy a wig. All right, we've got a storm way south of Iran on 349. That could have some hail, flooding, rain. We got storms up in parts of the Permian Basin. In fact, I get to teach you the magic of outflow boundaries. Say hi, this is an outflow boundary. Notice how this is generally south of these storms up here. That's what I mean north of the boundary, or elevated storms. That doesn't mean the storms aren't capable of producing severe weather, hail, wind, all that nonsense. But the higher threat for tornadoes would be south of that boundary. Well, I apparently have broken my program, so I'm going to restart it real quick. All right, there we go. Say hi, it's the state. You see all these blue boxes up in parts of North Texas, Texoma, and then one down in the Permian Basin, Big Bend area? That, ladies and gentlemen, would be flash flood warnings. Yes, the stormies are producing heavy rainfall. Yes, it is May, and yes, they are going to do their best to try to hit you with lightning. No, that does not mean every storm is going to actually have tornadoes, damaging wind, hail, etc. But some of these storms are definitely going to have the potential of producing severe weather. Storm over Lucas to St. Paul. Lavon, Lake Lavon has the potential of quarter-size hail. Strong wind gusts, the potential for very heavy rainfall to cause flooding. That is on its way to say, hey, Hunt County, I want to say hello to you. So, again, that storm's moving on out east. Let's do this. Let's press some buttons. Let's knock that down to an hour. Let's make sure we turn off some of these obnoxious stamps. And again, here you go. Here's what the radar looks like over the last hour. You can see we've got a cluster of stormies behind an outflow boundary across portions of the Arklatex, northeast Texas, back into North Texas. Those storms, for the most part, are either moving east, northeast, or east at 25 to 35 miles an hour. The potential for large hail, damaging winds, heavy rainfall that may cause localized flooding, rapid rises on creeks and streams, street flooding. Yay, because that's a fun way to start the afternoon rush hour. Back southwest, we got a severe storm in Stevens County moving towards Mineral Wells. That storm is showing increasing indications of producing hail. That storm may be an issue for Highway 180, Metcalf Gap, Palo Pinto, Straw, and Gordon over to Mineral Wells over the next 30 minutes. If it continues, it'll say hello to portions of the western DFW Metroplex by 4 p.m. We got a supercell having all sorts of temper tantrums. It's going to be down near Santa Ana, eastern Coleman County, moving towards City of Brownwood, western Brown County. That storm, in addition to the potential of producing a brief rain-wrapped tornado, could also have hail up the size of baseballs, damaging winds over 70 miles an hour, and flooding rain, because that's the theme of the day. So yes, that means unpleasantness. Speaking of unpleasantness, let me press some buttons here and see what's going on. See if I can't turn the office lights on a bit. It's kind of difficult. You know, the nice thing about having a window in your office is you can look outside, but sometimes when the sun is shining right into it, it really makes the contrast with this camera a real pain in the behind. Regardless, let's be honest, you don't really need to see my face. This face is something that should be hidden from all cameras, but it does allow for a bit of personality. Alright, so again, Coleman down to Santa Ana. Storms. Circulation. I mean, it's not really all that impressive. There's damaging winds. Can't completely rule out a spin-up tornado here, but heavy rain, hail, damaging winds. The tornado threat today is not high. It's on the low side. Main issue with these storms today, hail, wind, flooding rainfall. Yeah, we're going to have more storms later. In fact, I'll show you the high-res rapid refresh model in just a minute. And then you can see we've got some storms further west into the western Concho Valley. We have what we call splitting supercell, southwest of Sterling City. That is actually not a great situation for the city of San Angelo, because as this storm splits, this split's probably going to move southeast towards Mertzen, San Angelo, Tom Green County. And this split is going to move up closer to I-20 up towards Colorado City. We'll see if I'm right. If I'm right, I'm right. If I'm not right, well, no cookies for me, I guess. But, again, big hail, big wind, flooding rains, the occasional issue with tornadoes. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, let me show you. This one might actually be doing that right now. Let me show you what I mean. Take a look at this. This storm southwest of Sterling City, right on the boundary. Because it's right on the boundary, notice that we have a hook echo latched onto it. This is the boundary right here. Notice hook echo right there. We could have a tornado developing southwest of Sterling City right now. That would be in far southwestern portions of Sterling County, middle of nowhere. Storm is moving east-southeast, pretty much right towards the city of San Angelo. As we switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode, you can see the storm is being impacted by the outflow boundary. These boundaries, when they interact with these storms, have the potential to locally increase the low-level vorticity, the amount of spin, stretching of the low-level atmosphere, and thus an increased potential to produce a tornado. There's probably a tornado developing with this right now in far southern Sterling County, approaching Highway 163. Probably going to be on the brief side, but we'll see if the Weather Service at San Angelo ends up putting a tornado warning for that. For what it's worth, this storm is on a beeline to say hello to the city of San Angelo by 5 p.m. Doubtful it's still producing, tornadoes at that point, but the potential for large hail damaging winds. And again, probably do have a tornado spinning up with this, and right in, southwestern portions of Sterling County, middle of nowhere. Literally, this thing about 15 to 18 miles southwest of Sterling City, approaching Highway 163, and yeah, there is likely a tornado with this right now, tornado warning or not. I don't really give two bippity-boppity-boos because, well, it doesn't take a meteorologist to determine spinny doom-dooms in terms of, evidence signatures like this. Clear hook echo, and again, coming up towards County Road 127, Highway 163, about 15 to 20 miles southwest of Sterling City, here in Sterling County, the Concho Valley. Again, you can see rotation signature there. You've got winds moving away from the radar at about 40 to 50. You got winds moving towards the radar. Come on. Come on, you move too fast. Let me use the big magical thing. Thank you. At about 40 to 50, so about a 90 to 100 mile an hour gate-to-gate circulation. High probability of a spin-up tornado in progress now. This would be, let's just put it 6 miles west of Highway 163, about 15 to 20 miles southwest of Sterling City. This storm is moving southeast at, let's just say about 25 miles an hour. It's interacting with an outflow boundary. You can see that boundary right here. When storms interact with these boundaries, they have an increased potential for low-level spinny doom mischief, and that's exactly what we're seeing. You can see how this storm's hook wrapping up right on that boundary, right there. We'll switch over to the spinny doom mode.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Arion, Sterling, and Tom Green County in Texas.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We now have a tornado warning for the storm I pointed out a few moments ago, which, well, at least means I know a few things about spinny doom detection. All right, this is going to be a tornado warning now until 4 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is 19 miles southwest Sterling City, moving east 25 miles an hour. There we go. There's the warning. It's literally in the middle of nowhere, folks. Which, I mean, if you're in the middle of nowhere, yeah, you've got to deal with it. But it storms over rural portions of southern Sterling, northwestern Tom Green, and northern Iron County in the Concho Valley. And yes, this storm is moving southeast and could be a direct threat to the city of San Angelo by 5 p.m. if it continues. Assuming this boundary continues to move southeast, which it should, if this storm... Well, let me say this. If this storm is able to stay latched onto this boundary, it's going to continue to be a tornado threat, as long as it is continuing to latch onto that boundary. If it is able to, if it detaches from the boundary or the boundary moves south of the storm, tornado threat will drop pretty quickly. But considering that boundary, which is slowly moving south, is over the city of San Angelo, and this storm is riding the boundary towards the city of San Angelo and Tom Green County, we're going to get to do this whole spaghetti-o, keep an eye out San Angelo with this storm. All right, let's go back to our other tornado warning. This is going to be a tornado warning for eastern Coleman, western Brown County. This is going to be for a thunderstorm capable of producing a rain-wrapped tornado. Let's just go ahead and say about 5 miles northeast of Santa Ana. Now, you can see it's just a big old high precipitation mess around here right now. The potential for golf ball to baseball size hail, damage straight line winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour with this storm. It's moving east at about 25 miles an hour towards Brown County. We got Supercell that's taken hold. This is going to be north of the boundary, I believe. Regardless, hail, wind, it's moving towards western Palo Pinto County. Eventually, this is going to say hello to the city of Mineral Wells by about 4:30 p.m. Damaging straight line winds, golf ball size hail, flooding rainfall. Eventually, if that storm continues or we see additional activity mature, the threat for storms will increase again across the western portions of the DFW Metroplex and eventually into the DFW Metroplex. We got a storm across Collin County, Hunt County. Heavy rain, hail, quarter to golf ball size hail, probably quarter size hail, honestly. The hail core is not as impressive as golf balls. Localized damaging winds over 50 miles an hour, the potential for heavy rain to cause flooding. These storms aren't moving that quickly, but they are trying to move off to the east slowly. All right, so again, tornado warning for another 15 minutes, western Brown, eastern Coleman counties, and a tornado warning for portions of Sterling County, south of Sterling City, moving towards the little panhandle of Tom Green County. You can see we got a well-defined hook echo here. The storm's interacting with a boundary. Switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, and oh yeah, folks, I can guarantee with certainty there's a tornado here, and it could be a strong one. We've got a velocity couplet showing winds moving away from the radar at about 80 miles an hour. Winds moving towards the radar at about 40 miles an hour. This thunderstorm likely does have what could be a strong tornado in progress now, 4 miles west of Highway 163, 20 miles southwest of Sterling City. This storm is moving east-southeast at about 25 miles an hour. Eventually, that'll take it towards the city of San Angelo. But again, this storm likely does have a strong tornado in progress now in far southern Sterling County, moving southeast towards Highway 163. This tornado will cross Highway 163 on the Sterling-Tom Green County line. This is a very rural area. There are no communities out here, but if we have folks traveling or working out here this afternoon, take a peek to your northwest. You'll probably see a tornado in progress. But of course, if said tornado is moving towards you, please actually either get out of its way or take shelter. We're talking about a really rural area here, so literally you could probably just get in your car, drive south a mile, and be okie dokie. It's not advice I'd give if you're in the middle of a city, but out here, I mean, common sense does dictate that you can just, get a little out of the way. So again, let's talk about what else is going on. We got a storm way south of Interstate 10 down towards the Big Bend. That's about 25 miles northeast of Sanderson. Heavy rain, hail. Metcalf Gap up into Palo Pinto. Up here in Palo Pinto County, we've got a storm moving towards Mineral Wells. That could have quarter to ping pong ball size hail, winds over 60 miles an hour. That storm's moving off to the east-northeast at about 35 miles an hour. All right, back down to Brown County we go, where we'll end up, well, probably back in Sterling County, but we'll forgo that for a moment. This storm moving into western Brown County. Honestly, yeah, there could be a rain-wrapped tornado in here. It's not a clear-cut indication that we have a tornado down. It is so high precipitation that you're not going to visually see a tornado. But again, plenty of wind, heavy rain, and hail with this as it moves towards the city of Brownwood over the next 30 minutes or so. It's pouring, probably a lot of street flooding now in Coleman down to Santa Ana. That'll expand towards Lake Brownwood, Bangs, and the city of Brownwood by 4 to 4:15 p.m.
Texas local storm report from 1 mile southwest of St. Paul in Collin County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 0.75 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping, Dime, 0.75 inches.
All right, so this is going to be a tornado in progress 20 miles southwest of Sterling City. When we're looking at something like this, you can see what we call the data is folding over. That's because the velocity couplet is so strong. You can see bowling ball type hook here. The only reason we don't have a tornado debris signature is there's really nothing out here for it to hit specifically, but I can guarantee, I will guarantee that we have a tornado down, and it's a strong tornado approaching Highway 163 on the Sterling-Tom Green County line. This supercell's moving east-southeast at about 25 miles an hour. Very rural areas. This is 20 miles south of Sterling City. This is way, way northwest of San Angelo. Eventually, the storm may make it to San Angelo, but for now, it's in the middle of nowhere. We'd advise no travel on Highway 163, about 20 miles south of Sterling City. A strong tornado in progress, approaching Highway 163 now, about 20 miles south of Sterling City in the Concho Valley. And again, notice how the velocity goes kind of pink-red right here. That's just because it's so strong, it's flipping over to the other side of the scale on the software-defined, well, that was a bad sound, on the software-defined scale. Now, what I can show you real quick on my other screen, which is what I'm going to do real quick, we're going to press some buttons and it will be okay. Let's press buttons. Hey, hey, hey. Sorry. All right, so let me do this. I'm just going to use my camera because, well, that requires me to not be as lazy. Let me show you what we're looking at. Zoom in more. That's what we're looking at. That's what the velocity actually looks like here. I'll actually just do this. Here you go. You can see bright green, bright red. We got winds moving towards the radar in San Angelo now at about 90 miles an hour. Winds moving away at about 30. So 110 mile an hour couplet. You can see it actually just got stronger. So this is going to be winds moving towards the San Angelo radar now at about 70 knots. So about 80, 85 miles an hour. Winds moving away at about 45 to 50 miles an hour. So again, strong tornado. This is a strong tornado now approaching Highway 163, and I can actually show you now back on my legitimate graphic here. So again, you can see very strong circulation. Tornado in progress approaching Highway 163, 18 to 20 miles south of Sterling City. You can see the couplet clear as day. Impressive hook echo. A little bit of a bounded weak echo region right in the middle of that hook. That could actually just be the tornado itself. Now approaching Highway 163 on the Sterling-Tom Green County line, about 18 to 20 miles south of the city of Sterling City. Winds moving towards the radar at about 75 to 80.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Sterling County in Texas.
Winds moving away from the radar. Let's say about 30 to 40. Again, this is a very rural area. The reason I'm not huffing and puffing and saying, uh-oh, SpaghettiOs, is really this is a very, very rural area. But this is a strong tornado in progress. It's clear as a whistle, clear as a bell. It's clearer than my bald spot on top of my head because, well, I don't have a bald spot. I just have a huge basin of baldness. That's what this is. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Tornado in progress approaching Highway 163, about 18 to 20 miles south of Sterling City in Sterling County on the Tom Green County line. That's moving southeast towards the city of San Angelo, but y'all still got a ways. Back in Brown County, we have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing baseball-size hail, damaging winds over 60 miles an hour, flooding rainfall, and yes, maybe a rain-wrapped tornado. But take a look. It's far less defined than that gate-to-gate couplet we were just showing you on the Sterling County storm. Yeah, we do have a broad area of rotation now on Highway 84 approaching Highway 8467 approaching Baines, but this isn't really yeah, there's a lot of wind, there's a lot of hail, there's a lot of flooding, rain, but if there's a tornado here, it's not easily defined. I'm more concerned about the damaging wind threat, the hail threat, the flooding threat. At this point, I'd be a little surprised that the Weather Service extended the tornado warning for Brown County, but the severe thunderstorm, oh yeah mama, this thing's got attitude. No doubt about that. All right, let's take a look at this. The storm moving up into, and that storm, by the way, is moving east 25 to 35 miles an hour. That'll be in Brownwood by 4 to 4:15 with hail, wind, flooding, maybe a tornado. Back in the Metroplex we go. The storm in eastern Collin County moving into Hunt County around Nevada is starting to show a bit more of a hail indication now. Seeing a stronger hail core now between Farmersville approaching Josephine and Nevada. This is going to be moving towards Caddo Mills and the city of Greenville along Interstate 30 in western Hunt County. A little bit of a mid-level circulation with this supercell. And yeah, you can see a bit of an inflow notch here with this, but at this point, I'm more concerned about hail. The hail sizes may start coming up. They've been mostly nickel to quarter over the last hour as this storm moved across portions of Denton and Collin County, but it could start trying to go back up towards golf balls, or ping pong the golf balls over the next several minutes as this storm moves east at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. So again, we'll keep an eye on that. That storm moving towards Hunt County, it's going to make I-30 more of a nightmare than it already is. Otherwise, heavy rain, maybe some quarter to ping pong ball size hail, strong winds over 50 miles an hour. We've got some storms back down into Collin County, Dallas County. Nothing severe with that right now. We've got a supercell back in Palo Pinto County, a little bit of an interesting signature with that one. Definitely the potential for nickel to quarter-size hail, winds over 60 miles an hour, but that storm is moving east towards Mineral Wells. And yes, Baldy is rested. Baldy shaved. The mega beard of doom is gone for now, replaced by scruff and a double chin. All right. For what it's worth, left split Supercell out here is going to cross I-20 at Colorado City. That could have golf ball to tennis ball size hail crossing I-20 near Colorado City by 4:30 p.m. Let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen, at the high-resolution rapid refresh model. And to do that, I have to press some buttons. So, button time, button time, buttons. All right, we're going to press that. We're going to turn off that. So, let's take a peek, a gander, a yippity-doo at the high-resolution rapid refresh model for you. All right, to do this, now, let's take a look at what this model shows at 4 p.m., because I just want to see how well the model's doing. It's not doing too bad, honestly. You know, it's not perfect, but at the same time, it's at least not completely off by, half a state. So I'm going to load the loop from 5 p.m. through 5 a.m. I'm going to let that load, and this is just going to give you a gander of what it looks like is going to happen tonight into tomorrow morning. All right, let's take a gander. Let's take a peek. This is what the high-res rapid refresh model is showing tonight. Clear indications are the storms in the Concho Valley eventually are going to form into a cluster that moves towards central Texas this evening. All right, law enforcement on Highway 163 are now reporting a large and extremely dangerous tornado 18 to 20 miles south of Sterling City, about to cross Highway 163, moving east at 15 miles an hour. That's on the Tom Green, Sterling County line. And again, the reason I'm not huffing and puffing and blowing down someone's house, well, for one, that's what the tornadoes try to do, not me. Two, this storm is in the middle of nowhere. Very, very rural areas. But still, if you are on 163 about 20 miles south of Sterling City, spaghetti-o, large tornado continues and is crossing Highway 163 right now. That storm eventually could be a threat to the city of San Angelo by 5 to 5:30. If not sooner.
Texas local storm report from 19 miles south-southwest of Sterling City in Sterling County, Texas. Tornado. Reported by law enforcement. Additional information, law enforcement confirmed tornado on the ground about the cross Highway 163S. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Mitchell County in Texas.
We now have a debris ball.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Collin and Hunt County in Texas.
So again, this is what the HRRR looks like this evening. Waco to Austin, you could have a cluster of severe storms with flooding rain, wind, and hail coming overhead by 9 to 10 p.m. Otherwise, yeah, we could still have some storms continuing in North Texas, Texoma, into tomorrow, early tomorrow morning, some more storms developing, and then maybe a cluster coming out of Oklahoma pre-dawn hours Thursday. So that is what it looks like there. All right, let's go back to the radar. We do have a confirmed tornado now crossing Highway 163. 18 to 20 miles south of Sterling City. We'll turn the loop back on. Here's the velocity, and we do now have, surprisingly, a tornado debris signature. I'm not sure what this hit crossing 163, but law enforcement reports a tornado. We've got a very strong velocity couplet and a lowered correlation coefficient, meaning debris is being lofted. For what it's worth, what did this hit? What could possibly be there that this is lofting? Unless there's oil pump jacks. That might be what it hit, unless somehow someone drove into it, and that's what we're seeing. Like vehicle debris being lofted. I hope not, but Yeah, we just had a tornado cross 163 about 18 miles south of Sterling City. And tornado debris signature, strong velocity, tornado continues. This storm is moving east-southeast about 15 miles an hour, which means, yes, eventually this storm may become an issue for parts of San Angelo.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brown and Coleman County in Texas.
But this storm is still 35 miles from San Angelo, and if it's moving 15 miles an hour, well, that's still well over an hour away. All right, Brown County, let's take a look at you. The good news is, with that new severe thunderstorm warning for Brown County, the Weather Service is not extending the tornado warning. Notice, it's getting messy out here. Notice we have a number of thunderstorms out here. This may be the beginnings of our cluster of thunderstorms forming across portions of the eastern, southeastern big country, eastern Concho Valley, moving towards the hill country. This area of thunderstorms, it's just nasty. All this could have hail, wind, flooding, rainfall. From Coleman to Santa Ana to Brownwood, all the way down to west of Goldwaith at this point. All this activity. In fact, let me turn off this radar. I'll switch over to the loopy radar. This is what happens when you have caffeine and haven't eaten yet today, by the way. So let me just show you a loop over the last hour. You can see we had one individual supercell. Now we've just got storms galore firing. This is probably the beginnings of our next cluster of thunderstorms that'll then move southeast towards places like Waco, Temple, Belton, Georgetown. For now, big hail. Could have tennis ball size hail. Winds up to 70 miles an hour. Can't roll out a spin-up tornado and flooding rainfall. As this thunderstorm begins to, or this cluster begins to organize, the threat for hurricane force wind gusts could increase as this moves southeast towards, Goldwaith, Avant, Lampasas, eventually towards Belton, Temple. Eventually, if
Texas
this moves more to the east.
Bangs in Brown County, Texas. Thunderstorm wind gust magnitude measured 67 miles per hour. Reported by Train Spotter. Additional information, Storm Spotter measured a wind gust of 66.7 miles per hour.
The potential will exist for wind damage to increase with this. So eventually this cluster forming in the eastern Concho Valley, the southeastern big country, will probably move towards I-35 here in the northern hill country and central Texas. Let me show you what I mean by that. I think this will probably form into a cluster, or at least a large supercell, and it'll eventually start turning further southeast over the next few hours. This will have the potential for wind-driven hail, damaging winds, perhaps hurricane-force winds, flooding rainfall, the potential for maybe a spin-up tornado, but that's probably going to become our bigger problem maker here in the next hour or two. For what it's worth, Brownwood, you're surrounded. There is no escape for you from the hail, or the wind, or the rain, or for what it's worth, the lightning. 67-mile-an-hour wind gust near Bangs, west of Brownwood. You can see nasty hail core approaching Lake Brownwood, moving towards the city of Brownwood. Hail core on 67 near Santa Ana. Hail core on 377 southwest of Brownwood. Hail core west of Goldwaith. This all eventually is going to form into a cluster that'll probably start moving east-southeast. Again, the potential for this to have tennis ball size hail, winds over 70 miles an hour, flooding rainfall, a heck of a lot of lightning, all the fun stuff that just makes you regret waking up in the morning. So that's what we've got going on there. Let's take a look at the metro.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brown, Coleman, McCulloch, and San Saba County in Texas.
We'll take a look at that in a minute. We got storms again. What on earth are we doing? Stormy. Bad Stormy. Why are you doing that? I will admit, Yeah, there does appear to be a bit of a circulation with this. The question is this storm behind the outflow boundary? Let me see if I can't find that on this radar real quick. If this, yeah, the storm should be behind the outflow boundary, which would limit the threat of tornadoes, but, I mean, doesn't really do much to reduce the damaging wind or hail threat. Regardless, this storm moving into Hunt County certainly has an interesting supercellular shape to it. It's about to hail in Cattle Mills, pouring rain, same thing for the city of Greenville. It's about to cross over I-30 near Greenville, and then it's moving right towards Cache there on Highway 34, south of Greenville, and flooding. Nickel to quarter, maybe ping pong ball size hail, damaging winds. Storm's moving east at 30 miles an hour. Okay. So, with that being said, boy, Brownwood, y'all have issues with that. Here's what we're going to do. We have no tornado warnings near populated areas. That tornado that we had cross Highway 163 is now east of 163, about 20 miles south of Sterling City. That circulation is weakening. The storm itself, hail, wind, maybe still a tornado threat, but for now we've got some time. We've got a supercell moving towards Mineral Wells. That storm could have hail, damaging winds. Main issue today with all these storms are going to be, at least the strongest storms, could have baseball to softball size hail. Threat of winds 70 to 85 miles an hour, especially with this cluster around Brownwood. I think that's going to become a damaging wind threat, potentially hurricane force damaging wind threat, as it evolves over the next while. Brownwood, you could be in for some really nasty hail in the next while. Indications on radar are skyrocketing. Brownwood, if this thing starts doing a big hail dump, y'all are going to get softballs in the next 15 minutes. Otherwise, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break from talking. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to stop talking for 10 minutes, let y'all listen to a little music, and we'll be back here at 4 p.m. sooner if necessary with continuing live severe weather coverage. But again, we're going to be here for the rest of the day into the evening, keeping an eye on these stormies. Most storms, not going to be tornadic, but we'll have hail, wind, heavy rain, flooding. All right, we'll be back here by 4 p.m. sooner if necessary. As always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps to your device, your local weather forecast, interactive weather radars, and more. All right, we'll be back in just a few minutes.
new flash flood warning has been issued for Brown and Coleman County in Texas. Texas local storm report from 3 miles south of Lake Brownwood in Brown County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by Train Spotter.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer, clearly very bald. Coming up now to 4 p.m. on this, the Wednesday, 22nd of May, 2024. I'm Texas Storm Chasers, and I've said that 50 times. Clearly, I'm distracted looking at my phone and not focusing on y'all. So let's just get rid of the phone and say hello. We do have stormies, and some of these have been rather rambunctious this afternoon. We've got some storms in North Texas making a ruckus from Collin County into Hunt County towards the city of Greenville. We've got a supercell approaching the city of Mineral Wells with hail. Brownwood, y'all are just getting dunsied. Y'all got dunsied yesterday with hail and wind, and you're getting dunzoed today with more wind, more hail, up to the size of baseballs, damaging winds over 70 miles an hour, and flooding rains. We've got a supercell northwest of the city of San Angelo. That produced a tornado.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Comanche, Hamilton, and Mills County in Texas.
Produced a tornado on Highway 163 about 20 miles south of Sterling City a bit earlier. That storm is no longer tornado warned, but it's moving towards the city of San Angelo with the potential of large hail, damaging winds, and it is still latched on that boundary. It's actually riding that boundary southeast now, so we may have another tornado issue with that. The good news is, as it rides the boundary is moving south from the city of San Angelo. So that would actually help the storm stay southwest of San Angelo, at least the threat of a tornado, but the potential will exist for large hail, oh yeah, no, there's another tornado. They're going to have to put a new tornado warning on it. Let me show you what I mean. For what it's worth, this should stay southwest of San Angelo. Notice how we have boundary, outflow boundary. This storm is on the boundary. It latched itself onto it. This is the outflow boundary on radar. This is moving southwest. Storm is moving southeast. Switch off the telestration. Here's the velocity. And again, we have a tornado. Again, I have no doubt about it. Yes, CC, I know. You're very upset too. It's going to be a new tornado developing now. This is going to be in far northern Iron County. This is going to be north of Mertzen. About, 15 miles north of Mertzen, moving southeast. South-southeast. At about 25 miles an hour. This is not going to be an issue for San Angelo, as this storm is riding the boundary southeast. It is not going to actually make it into San Angelo itself. However, it is going to be a threat to Mertzen, Tankersley, and I'll get 50 notes telling me later. That is also going to be an issue for Highway 67. So this storm probably going to stay southwest of San Angelo, likely now producing another tornado in far northern Iron County, moving southeast towards Tankersea, Mertzen, and they're going to have to put another tornado warning on this for Iron County, probably a little bit of western Tom Green County too. All right. Brownwood we go. It's just a mess. Holy moly, guacamole. We've got storms. And yeah, hail, up-sized baseballs. Wind, 65, 75 miles an hour. Enough rain to make your gullies go washing real quick. And speaking of tornado warning, ladies and gentlemen, here we go.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Irion, Sterling, and Tom Green County in Texas.
Okay, this is going to be the tornado warning. You can see gate-to-gate couplet right there. Warning will pop up in a second. I'll read the warning while we wait. Tornado warning until 4:30 p.m. Southern Sterling, northwestern Tom Green, northeastern Iron counties in the Concho Valley until 4:30 p.m. At 4:03 p.m., a severe thunderstorm producing a tornado was 12 miles west of Ardeen, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. This thunderstorm is going to remain over rural portions of southern Sterling, northwestern Tom Green, and northeastern Iron counties. But again, this thunderstorm does have a history of producing tornadoes, and in all likelihood is producing another tornado right now. This is going to be now east of 163. Let me see if I can't get some roads on here again. It's a rural area, but that doesn't mean there aren't a few folks out here. Press some buttons. Got Dry Creek Road. Again, that's really the only thing showing up on this map in far northern portions of Iron County. Again, tornado likely in progress now. This would be 15 miles northwest of Murchison, 30 miles west of San Angelo. This is not going to be an issue for the city of San Angelo. All right, let's go back to Brownwood. We were distracted by spinny, doom mornings. Brownwood, it is pouring, it is storming, it is blowing, and it is hailing. It's going to keep on going for a while. You're going to have flooding. You're going to have a lot of rain develop real quick. Mineral Wells down to Brazos. We're about to have golf ball size hail cross over Highway 281 between Interstate 20 and 180. That eventually could bring hail to the city of Weatherford. That hail core really ramping up. We'll take a look in a moment. But again, Brownwood down to Goldwaith. It's pouring. It's storming. Mullen. It's hailing. This all eventually is going to start moving east or east-southeast towards places like Hamilton, Avant, Gatesville, eventually Waco to Temple, to Salado, to Gerald over the next 2 to 3 hours. Back up into, and we'll use this. We got a hailer passing a bit southwest, the city of Mineral Wells, moving right towards the city of Weatherford. Weatherford, this storm could be in your vicinity by 4:30 to 4:40 p.m. Currently capable golf ball size hail. From there, on present course and trajectory, this storm will be approaching the Paca Tarrant County line near Azle by 5 p.m. with the potential for large hail, heavy rain, damaging winds, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. We got storms farther east. We got a storm over southern Hunt County, passing over Cache on Highway 34. South of the city of Greenville, hail core on 30 down to 34 near Cache, moving east. That storm's moving and booking. Moving and cooking, moving and booking, whatever. At about 30 miles an hour, that eventually is going to make it towards the city of Sulphur Springs by 5 o'clock. Passing near Cumbie, Brashear, Lone Oak, Campbell. The potential for quarter-size hail, winds over 60 miles an hour, very heavy rainfall. That storm's moving east at 30. We have other storms. They're not severe with big hail, big wind, but they are producing lightning and heavy rainfall, maybe some small hail and gusty winds. Mount Pleasant over to Marietta to Texarkana, up to Clarksville. We've got a storm, maybe some nickel-size hail near Emory. And we've got some additional activity backbuilding back into Dallas County. It's pouring and storming still. Eastern Rockwall County, Eastern Collin County, the entirety of Rockwall County into eastern Dallas County. And then for what it's worth, again, we've got a severe storm passing just southwest of Mineral Wells, moving towards the city of Weatherford. That could have some pretty big hail with it. That could be near Azle by 5 o'clock with big hail. We'll have to keep an eye on that. The only storm producing a tornado right now is this nasty son of a gun, about 30 miles west of San Angelo, moving southeast towards really Murchison at this point. That'll stay west of the city of San Angelo. Tornado likely still in progress now, about 15 miles north of Murchison. This could be a threat to Highway 67 between Murchison, Tankersley, western portions of San Angelo by 5 o'clock. Large hail, damaging winds, and the possibility of a tornado. As long as this stays latched onto that outflow boundary. If the outflow boundary moves south and the storm leaves or is north of it, the tornado threat will quit. But until that happens, it's going to have a high potential of continuing to produce tornadoes. We've got a supercell capable of producing nickel to quarter-size hail. This will be crossing over Interstate 20 near Colorado City in the next 20 to 30 minutes. The potential for quarter to golf ball size hail. Winds of 60 miles an hour. All right, let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model for this evening. That'll give us an idea of what our expectations are in terms of timing and stormies. We'll switch over to that. We'll switch to that. We'll press that, and we'll press that. We'll press that.
Texas local storm report from early in Brown County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping, quarter, 1 inch. Texas local storm report from Brownwood in Brown County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping, quarter, 1 inch.
So here's what the high-res rapid refresh model is showing this evening, tonight, into Thursday morning. You can see it does continue scattered thunderstorm development across parts of North Texas, Texoma, and the Arklatex into the late evening and even early Thursday morning hours. Some of these storms, again, could continue to have some hail. The cluster of storms around Brownwood right now, it organizes and moves southeast towards Waco to Temple by about, at this rate, probably 7 o'clock. With the potential for large hail, strong to very strong winds, heavy rainfall. Still plenty of storms. Arklatex and parts of East Texas this evening. Some of those could have heavy rain, hail, and gusty winds. All right, what we're going to do is we're going to take another quick break. We'll be back here at 4:20 p.m. sooner, if necessary, with another severe weather update. As always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. Interactive weather radars
Storm warning has been issued for Palo
and more.
and Parker County in Texas. A new flash flood warning has been issued for Collin, Hunt, and Rockwall County in Texas. Texas local storm report from 10 miles west-northwest of Arden in Irion County, Texas. Tornado. Reported by Train Spotter. Additional information, storm chaser video showing tornado on the ground. Location estimated by radar. Texas local storm report from 7 miles west of Millsap in Palo Pinto County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping, quarter, 1 inch.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's 4:20 p.m. on Wednesday, the 22nd of May of 2024. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Building-in-Chief David Reimer. We have a thunderstorm producing a tornado. Oh, this one's going to be at this point, if the tornado was still down, which I don't think it is, but about 25 miles west of the city of San Angelo over rural portions of far northeastern Iron County, far western portions of Tom Green County. That storm looks like it has finally detached from the outflow boundary, which should drastically reduce its tornado threat going forward unless it manages to catch back up to the boundary. But if not, storm itself is probably going to turn a little left and move into the city of San Angelo with some heavy rain and hail, strong winds over the next 30 to 45 minutes. We've got a left split, and that left split is approaching Colorado City and Mitchell County on Interstate 20, riding up Highway 163 from Spade up to Colorado City. We're about to have quarter to golf ball size hail cross at Interstate 20 near Colorado City in the Permian Basin / Big Country in the next several minutes. We've got a cluster of thunderstorms capable of producing quarter to tennis ball size hail, winds of 65 to 75 miles an hour, currently centered around Brownwood down to Goldwaith. To near Avant. That cluster eventually is going to start moving east or east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour, eventually posing a threat to Hamilton County, Corral County, Lampasas County, maybe San Saba County, and eventually portions of central Texas along Interstate 35. McLennan to Bell counties over the next 2 hours. The potential for the cluster to produce damaging straight-line winds, hail, flooding rainfall. Farther north, we've got a supercell currently in Palo Pinto County near Mineral Wells. That's moving east into Parker County from Millsap to Cool. That could have quarter-size hail. That storm is moving towards Weatherford, Willow Park, Annetta South, Aledo. Over the next 30 minutes or so, that storm's moving east at about 35 miles an hour. If it were to continue, it would enter Tarrant County after 4:50 to 5 p.m., posing a threat to Fort Worth in the 5 p.m. hour with maybe some hail and strong wind. Across portions of eastern North Texas, we've got storms now from Sunnyvale to Heath, McLendon Chisholm to Quinlan, Cache, Lone Oak, Campbell, southeast of Greenville. I always confuse those two. Over to Yantis. Those storms moving off to the east. Some are moving southeast now towards Tawakoni Lake, Emory. Those storms, the potential to produce quarter-size hail, wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, heavy rainfall, and flooding. We'll go ahead. We'll zoom in. I'll knock this loop down to a half hour. You can see here it's the Arklatex, northeast Texas. Storms, again, producing moderate to heavy rainfall. P to quarter-size hail. 35 to 65 mile an hour winds across, Arklatex, northeast Texas, back into eastern North Texas. That storm now south of Greenville seems to have turned right, and that may ride down towards Emory. The potential for quarter-size hail, localized winds of 60 to 65 miles an hour. All these storms are producing moderate to heavy rainfall, cloud-to-ground lightning, gusty winds, P to quarter-size hail. Further west, Metroplex gained a bit of a break for now, but as we head further west, we've got the storm over Mineral Wells moving towards Weatherford. It's weakened a bit over the last 15 minutes. Still, the potential for quarter-size hail, winds of 60 miles an hour, moving east at 35 miles an hour, paralleling Highway 180 towards the city of Weatherford by 4:50 p.m. From there, if the storm survives, it would enter Tarrant County and eastern portions of Parker County through the 5:15 p.m. time frame. Potential for some pocket change size hail, strong winds.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Val Verde County in Texas.
Storms in the eastern Concho Valley moving into the northern hill country from Brownwood to Goldwaith. are generally now beginning to move east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour. We expect a cluster to organize out of this. That cluster may pose an enhanced threat for hurricane-force damage and straight-line winds over 75 miles an hour at times, as it tries to make it towards Hamilton, Lampasas, eventually Killeen, Salado, Temple, Waco, maybe Georgetown, over the next 3 hours, moving towards the northern Brazos Valley. That cluster, again, would have the potential to produce damaging straight-line winds, large hail, heavy rain, flooding. If the cluster turns further southeast, it may end up actually moving closer to Temple to Round Rock in the next 3 hours. We'll see how far southeast it turns, but eventually that cluster is expected to make it down towards portions of central Texas in the next few hours with hail, heavy rain, damaging winds. Supercell approaching Colorado City, moving north-northeast, quarter to golf ball size hail expected on Interstate 20 around Colorado City in the next 20 minutes. Supercell northwest of San Angelo.
Texas local storm report from 4 miles west of Millsap in Palo Pinto County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 1.75 inches. Reported by broadcast media. Additional information, golf ball size hail south of Mineral Wells.
We've got a storm from near Water Valley to Carlsbad to Grape Creek on Highway 87. That storm is moving southeast towards the city of San Angelo, was producing a tornado up till about 15 minutes ago, no longer producing a tornado. A new storm is going up much closer to Highway 67 near Mertzen, where we have an outflow boundary setting up. If that thunderstorm does develop, the potential will exist for a tornado. And then we also now have a supercell way down in parts of the Big Bends, far northern Edwards Plateau and northern Valverde County. This storm is 60 miles northwest of Del Rio. Closest landmark, Juneau, about 20 miles west of Juneau, and Highway 163. 163 seems to be the magical highway today. So again, that's what we have going on right now. Let's go ahead and stop everything. We're going to take a look at the high-resolution rapid refresh model. So let me press some buttons. And I'll just show you what this model is showing from 6 p.m. through 6 a.m. tomorrow. I'll actually put the timestamps on here. I know that might help. Trying to decide if I have to sneeze. Yep. Alright, so here's what the high-res rapid refresh model is showing this evening into tomorrow morning. Cluster of storms moving towards central Texas. Northern Brazos Valley over the next several hours, weakening by midnight. Damaging winds and hail likely with that, though, as it crosses I-35. Could be anywhere from Austin to Waco by, 7 o'clock. So keep that in mind. Moving towards Bryan College Station by 10 o'clock, hopefully in the process of weakening by then. We have scattered storms continuing to develop with the possibility of some hail.
Texas local storm report from 3 miles north-northwest of Event in Hamilton County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by amateur radio. Additional information, 1 in hail.
The possibility of some of these storms producing hail into the evening and early Thursday morning hours across portions of the Arklatex, North Texas, Texoma. Note that this model is also developing a cluster of thunderstorms Thursday morning across portions of southern Oklahoma. This model suggesting those storms would move into northeast Texas between 4 to 6 a.m. Thursday, the potential for strong winds and hail with that activity. But the general idea with all of this is we should be calming down after midnight, with the exception of maybe some storms continuing in spots in North Texas, Texoma, Northeast Texas during the pre-dawn hours Thursday.
Hail magnitude estimated 1.50 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping, ping pong ball, 1.50 inches. Texas local storm report from Coleman in Coleman County, Texas. Flash flood. Reported by law enforcement. Additional information, Coleman Fire Chief reports 4 water rescues, several streets closed due to flooding, and water up to the window on a T-Stot truck. Texas local storm report from 3 miles west of Millsap in Palo Pinto County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.50 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, report from ping pong ball, 1.50 inches.
All right, so this is the general idea of what we expect
Texas
this
local storm
evening.
report from 5NW Lone Oak in Hunt County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 0.75 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, report from dime, 0.75 inches.
So, with that being said, you can always keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, interactive weather radars, live severe weather coverage, your local weather forecast, and more. We'll be back here at 4:45 p.m. sooner if necessary with our next severe weather update.
thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hopkins, Hunt, and Rains County in Texas. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Mitchell and Scurry County in Texas.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is 4:45 on this, the 22nd of May, 2024. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Building in Chief David Reimer. We're monitoring scattered severe thunderstorms this afternoon, impacting several regions of the state with hail, strong winds, heavy rainfall, causing some flooding. Let's go ahead and talk about what we've got going on right now. We're going to go from southwest to northeast because, well, it's kind of what I want to do, and it's my video channel. So, all right, we've got thunderstorms down the Big Bend, northern Edwards Plateau, now in Valverde County. They're pretty much from Pumpville northeast to Juneau, moving east-southeast at about 25 miles an hour. These storms over isolated areas, really not much going on with that. But that activity is moving to the southeast. Further northeast, we've got a severe thunderstorm now approaching the city of San Angelo. Heaviest rain, hail staying southwest of San Angelo, but this thunderstorm is capable of producing strong winds, heavy rain, maybe some quarter-size hail. This will be a threat to the city of San Angelo, but more so just southwest of town, especially west of the airport, down toward Tankersley and Mertzen. That storm moving pretty much almost due south-southeast now at about 25 miles an hour. Farther north over Colorado City, we've got a storm producing quarter to golf ball size hail, moving northeast towards, from Colorado City and Interstate 20 up towards 180 between Snyder and Roby and Rotan. That storm, the potential for quarter to golf ball size hail. We've got a cluster of thunderstorms now evolving around Brownwood, down to Goldwaite to Hamilton. This is the beginning of a cluster or a line of storms that'll move southeast with damaging winds, hail, and flooding rainfall towards portions of the northern hill country and central Texas over the next few hours. This complex of storms is likely to bring impacts to portions of central Texas all the way from maybe Austin up to Waco. By 7 p.m., the potential for damaging winds over 65 to 75 miles an hour, maybe some hail, flooding rainfall that'll likely cause street flooding, quick rises on creeks and streams. From there, this cluster may move towards Bryan College Station by 10 p.m., with the potential for strong winds, heavy rain, hail, hopefully weakening after 10 p.m. as it moves across northern portions of the Brazos Valley and portions of central Texas. Farther north, we've got a cluster of thunderstorms now ongoing in northeast Texas. Most of these storms are not severe, but some of them are producing nickel to quarter-size hail, localized damaging winds over 55 to 65 miles per hour, the potential for heavy rainfall that could cause some localized flooding. Stand by. We have a tornado warning coming in.
A new flash flood warning has
This is going to be a tornado warning for Goldwaite.
Texas. A new tornado warning has been issued for Mills County in Texas.
On, load. I'm just trying to see the closest radar source here. That's probably going to be the Dias radar. All right, let's look from Granger. This is going to be a tornado warning until 5:30 p.m. This is going to be for Millam County, including the city of Goldwaite. At 4:47 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was just northwest of Goldwaite, moving southeast at 20 miles an hour. Those of you in the city of Goldwaite need to take your tornado safety precautions. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This tornado, if there is one in progress, will likely be wrapped in heavy rainfall and hail. You are unlikely to visually see it, but the potential does exist for a tornado near the city of Goldwaite over the next 15 minutes. We'd encourage y'all in southern Millam County, including the city of Goldwaite, to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. They should just leave it on the porch. Okay. So again, this storm, in addition to this cluster producing damaging straight-line winds, the potential will exist for tornado with this thunderstorm as it moves southeast. For what it's worth, if this threat were to persist over the next couple of hours, it would expand down towards areas like Lampasas, Temple, Belton, Colleen, etc. So, again, that's a tornado warning now for Goldthwaite and southern Milam County until 5:30 p.m. Central Time. All right, hold on a second. My dinner just got here, so I gotta grab it real quick. One moment, please. Oh.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bowie and Cass County in Texas.
Congrats, you got to see my Rudolph pajamas. Sorry, dinner just got here. Always at the most opportune times, right? All right, so again, we have a tornado warning for southern Milam County until 5:30 p.m. This does include the city of Goldthwaite, where we could have a tornado northwest of town moving southeast towards town. Those of you in Goldthwaite, we really would encourage you now to be in a safe place. Excuse me, Milam County. I keep saying Milam County. It's not Milam County, it's Mills County. So again, those of you in Mills County, city of Goldthwaite, Center City, Star, you need to be in a safe place. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, this would likely be a rain-wrapped tornado, so you would be unlikely to see it. We want those of you in the city of Goldthwaite, Star, and Bozar to be in a safe place. That's going to be lowest floor, center room. Away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, as again, this is a thunderstorm capable of producing wind damage, large hail, and the possibility of a tornado.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Koch, Nolan, Runnels, and Taylor County in Texas.
This storm is moving southeast at 40 miles an hour. These tracks you see, these are 1-hour storm tracks. It's where we think the storm will be in an hour. So again, this could actually be approaching Interstate 35 by 6:30 p.m. from Waco, Temple, Salado. Back over the city of San Angelo we go. Where we'll end up, who knows? This thunderstorm is trying to catch back up to that outflow boundary again. Right now, large hail potentially moving into the city of San Angelo, flooding rainfall, heavy rain, strong winds, potential for winds over 60 miles an hour, flooding rainfall that'll cause quite a bit of street flooding. We've got a storm going up quickly now over Blackwell. That could move towards Winters over the next hour with large hail. San Angelo storm moving southeast. After San Angelo, it may make a run at Menard. We got the cluster of storms from northwest of San Saba to Goldthwaite to Avant to Hamilton, moving east-southeast at 40 miles an hour. That will be a threat to I-35 from Waco to Temple, Belton, maybe all the way down to Salado by 6:30 p.m. Further northeast, we've got a couple of severe storms now in northeast Texas. One severe storm west of Douglasville. That's clearly become a supercell, even a bit of rotation with it. Moving northeast, that could have golf ball size hail in Douglasville up to Maud on Highway 8 in the next 30 minutes. That storm's moving northeast at a slower 20 miles an hour. We've got a severe thunderstorm, Sulphur Springs down to Emory, Eantis. The potential for nickel to quarter size hail, winds over 60 miles an hour, heavy rainfall that could cause flooding. We also have some storms back in Hunt County down to Kaufman County. That storm that was in Mineral Wells producing golf ball size hail earlier has evaporated. It has gone bye-bye like my hairline. That storm no longer exists, no longer
Texas
severe.
Local storm report from 4 miles west of San Angelo in Tom Green County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by public.
Again, that's what's going on with those storms. Hail in San Angelo. We have a tornado warning for Goldthwaite in southern Mills County. A circulation near the city of Goldthwaite moving southeast. This cluster of storms, damaging winds, large hail, the potential for a rain-wrapped tornado. And eventually these storms will be moving towards Gatesville, Killeen, Copperas Cove, Lampasas, and eventually places like Troy, Temple, Belton, Georgetown over the next 2 hours. Damaging straight-line winds, large hail, the potential, at least, for intermittent tornadoes. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Let's see what's going on with that. So again, Goldthwaite, Center City, and Star, you need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor. Center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes, helmet. Don't go outside looking at it. You're not going to see it if there's a tornado there due to it being completely and utterly wrapped, hidden by heavy rainfall. I picked a bad time to order dinner. It's always these points when dinner shows up. Alright, so what we're going to do is I'm going to let you listen to music for just a few minutes. I'm going to try to get a little of this food in me, and then we're going to keep on going. Goldthwaite, again, be in a safe place.
Texas local storm report from 4 miles west of San Angelo in Tom Green County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.25 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Bing, $50, 1.25 inches. Flash flood warning has been issued for Tom Green County in Texas. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Concho and Tom Green County in Texas. Texas local storm report from 3 miles west-southwest of San Angelo in Tom Green County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.75 inches. Reported by public. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Camp, Franklin, Titus, Upshur, and Wood County in Texas.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's 5:04. We've got a tornado warning for southern Mills County. This does include the city of Goldwaith. Now, it's pretty difficult to find any low-level circulations at this point. It's a messy situation. That doesn't mean there's nothing going on. It just means it's pretty difficult. We're looking about 80 miles away from the radar. It's pouring and storming across Goldwaith, southern Mills County. This tornado warning does also include Center City and Star. I don't think they're going to extend this tornado warning based on the data I'm seeing right now, but this is definitely a severe thunderstorm. A cluster of severe storms moving southeast towards Adamsville, Arnett, Gatesville, Lometta, Olds, and eventually land passes. For what it's worth, these storms will eventually make it into I-35 territory in central Texas, places like Temple, Belton, Killeen, Copper's Cove, maybe even Jarrell. By 6:30, the potential for damaging winds, large hail, can't totally rule out a tornado, and very heavy rainfall that's likely to cause flooding. Let's take a look what's going on in northeast Texas. We've got a severe thunderstorm. This could have large hail approaching Douglasville, Highway 6 south of Highway 8 south of Maud, a bit of mid-level rotation. This thunderstorm showing indications of producing, I wouldn't be shocked if it had ping pong ball to golf ball size hail approaching Douglasville, especially up Highway 8 towards Maud, moving northeast eventually would be crossing Highway 59 around Domino by 6 p.m. That's a severe thunderstorm warning. We've got a little cluster now approaching Highway 37, Mount Vernon to Winsboro to Quitman. This cluster has the potential of producing damaging winds over 60 miles an hour, some quarter-size hail, moving east at about 40 miles an hour. That could eventually impact places like Gilmer, Pittsburgh, Mount Pleasant by 6 p.m. Damaging winds, hail, heavy rainfall that could cause flooding. Back in the DFW Metroplex, things have stabilized. We are in a more stabilized environment after earlier storms. The severe storm near Mineral Wells earlier has dissipated. We've got some storms from Emory to Terrell. Those could have small hail, otherwise just scattered showers, enough to wet the roads and windshields across the Metroplex. Nothing severe, and probably won't be for the remainder of this evening unless something changes. Again, severe storm cluster, Gatesville to Avant to Goldwaith, north of San Saba to Hamilton, moving southeast. The potential for some of these storms to produce tornadoes, hurricane-force winds over 75 miles an hour, maybe baseball-size hail, as they move southeast at 30 to 40 miles an hour, meaning those of you Lampasas, Killeen, Copper's Cove, Temple, Belton, Troy, Salado, heads up, you're under the gun over the next couple of hours as these storms are going to do this, moving towards portions of central Texas, the northern hill country, and eventually the north portions of the Brazos Valley. Again, severe weather is likely, damaging winds, large hail, flooding rainfall, maybe some tornado threat. Pretty nasty hail core right now southwest of Avant, showing indications of softball-size hail perhaps southwest of Avant. Northwest of Adamsville, aloft, so maybe golf balls at the surface. That cluster again moving southeast towards central Texas, the Brazos Valley. Severe storm breeding flooding, rains, hail up to the size of golf balls, and strong winds to the city of San Angelo. You can see that'll continue for the next little while. That storm is moving southeast at about 35 miles an hour, so moving down 87 towards Eden. By 6 p.m., we have a severe storm on Highway 277 from Blackwell, northwest of Winters, moving east. That's moving towards Tuscola down to Novice, the potential for golf ball size hail with that thunderstorm as it moves east. We've got a storm moving towards Roby and Rotan. That dropped quarter to ping pong ball size hail on Interstate 20 in Colorado City. That storm is moving north-northeast, an anomaly at about 35 to 40 miles an hour. That could have hail if it continues over the next hour. Way down into northern Edwards Plateau, the Valverde County, we've got storms near Juneau to near Pumpville, north of Langtree to Malvado. Those storms are generally moving off to the east at about 25 miles an hour, middle of no man's land, but if you're on 163 around Juneau, going through the curves, you're going to have some heavy rain, hail. Watch for flooding. All these blue boxes you see are flash flood warnings. These are the potential for flooding rains to cause street flooding, all that stuff. All right, let's pop on over. We're going to take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model for this evening into tonight. Give you all an idea of timing elements over the next several hours. Clear everything off this graphic. So what we're going to do is I want to see how this model is doing right now at 5 o'clock. You can see it's not doing too bad. I mean, it's not doing great with stuff in DFW, but it at least gives an idea of what we anticipate storm-wise as we go over the next few hours. So I'm going to run this from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. I'll let the animation load. Just one moment, please. And this will give an idea of what we expect storm-wise as we go into tonight. And again, the general idea is the storms, the Concho Valley, into the hill country. Central Texas and Brazos Valley will continue through probably 10 p.m. before weakening. That means places along I-35 in Central Texas, yes, you're going to have issues. Bryan College Station, the Brazos Valley, you're going to have storms roll in from the west-northwest this evening. Storms weaken after 9 to 10 p.m. However, do note the potential will exist for isolated to scattered storms to redevelop overnight with hail in the Concho Valley and 2 parts of Central Texas. Likewise, thunderstorms are likely to develop late tonight and Thursday morning. Southern Oklahoma, Texoma, moving perhaps, if not probably, into portions of northeast Texas and north Texas before sunrise tomorrow. Some of those storms may have hail, strong winds, heavy rainfall. So again, we'll have storm chances continuing into late this evening and even Thursday morning. And then as we go into tomorrow afternoon, the potential will exist for severe thunderstorms to redevelop across North Texas with all modes of severe weather possible. Trends are less favorable for us to be able to be rained out tomorrow. As in this morning in the Texas Weather Roundup, I mentioned that if we had enough storms today and everything was stabilized, we may be able to get away without issues tomorrow. That looks less likely at this point. Some model data is indicating another very busy day across North Texas. We'll see how trends go tonight, but yeah, we could have some issues tomorrow, the way it looks now, and that would include the DFW Metroplex.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Val Verde County in Texas.
So again, coming up to 5:12, we have a tornado warning that's going to be for southern... the tornado warning has been canceled. That's good. So we have no tornado warning, but we definitely do have severe thunderstorms. A cluster evolving. That'll move towards I-35 in central Texas. We have other scattered storms producing large hail, damaging winds, and flooding. All right, with no tornado warnings, what we're going to do here is we're going to let the radar play. We're going to be back with an update at 5:30 p.m., sooner if necessary, with continuing severe weather coverage. As always, you can track the storms with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device, your local weather radar, your local weather forecast, interactive weather radar, and more. Texas Storm Chasers free app where you download apps for your device. We'll be back by 5:30 p.m., sooner if necessary.
Runnels and Taylor County in Texas. Texas local storm report from Wingate in Runnels County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 2.50 inches. Reported by Train Spotter.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy in Chief David Reimer. It is 5:30 on the 22nd of May, 2024. We're monitoring several areas of thunderstorm activity this afternoon. We have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. We have zero, zilch, nada, no tornado warnings in effect any way, shape, or form at this time. It's not a guarantee to stay that way, especially with some of these storms moving into central Texas. The strongest thunderstorms at this time are capable of producing quarter to tennis ball size hail, wind gusts of 55 to 75 miles an hour. Particularly, there's a nasty storm near Winnsboro that could be producing golf ball size hail. That is moving east towards Pittsburgh and Gilmer. That cluster of storms moving east southeast could eventually impact places like Dangerfield to Lone Star to Ore City to Diana in the next 45 to 60 minutes in northeast Texas. We have a thunderstorm.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Coryell and Lampasas County in Texas.
Over Douglasville, that's capable of producing large hail as well, maybe quarter size. That's slowly moving east towards Domino. Back into central Texas. Well, first off, DFW. We note there are a few new storms developing across parts of the DFW Metroplex. None of those are severe at this time. They have the potential for brief heavy rainfall, cloud-to-ground lightning, pea-size hail.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Arion and Tom Green County in Texas.
We have a very intense cluster of thunderstorms that have materialized now. This is probably the most concerning storms we're dealing with right now, from Gatesville to Pitcoke to Adamsville to Lametta in central Texas. These storms are on a beeline to directly impact the I-35 urban corridor.
Texas local storm report from Mertzon in Arion County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by public.
Impact I-35. Maybe all the way from, let's just say, Bruceville, Eddy, all the way down through Temple, Belton, Salado, Gerald, maybe down to Georgetown. As this very intense cluster of storms moves southeast, the potential will exist for localized hurricane-force wind gust over 80
Texas
miles an
local
hour.
Storm report from 2 miles west of Wall in Tom Green County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00.
All right, we're going to turn that off for now. The potential for quarter to baseball size hail, flooding rainfall, and perhaps some risk of a tornado. So again, not everyone in this corridor is going to get hit with that, but this is a very intense cluster of thunderstorms moving southeast now at 45 miles an hour. The potential for golf ball to baseball size hail, hurricane force winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour. These storms are moving southeast at 45 miles an hour and will be a direct threat to Temple, Belton, Killeen, Salado, maybe all the way up to Bruceville, Eddy, down to Georgetown in the next hour to hour and a half. Some of these storms are extremely intense and capable of producing giant hail and hurricane force wind gusts. It is not out of the question we are dealing with some sort of a nasty high-end wind event at some point over the next hour and a half along I-35. Also, we're going to have to monitor for increasing low-level rotation. The threat of tornadoes is not zero. Further west, we've got several thunderstorms underway. Concho Valley. We've got a supercell moving down Highway 87 towards Eden. That has a history of golf ball-sized hail in San Angelo. That could have big hail. That'll be in Eden or nearabouts by 6:15. We got a new storm over Mertzon. That's moving southeast as well. For all intent and purposes, it looks like these storms are all behind or north of the outflow boundary. The reason I mention that is earlier when we had a storm out here on the boundary, it produced tornadoes. These are north of the boundary, which means tornado threat is very, very low. Hail and wind and rain, oh yes. Tornadoes, probably not. As further south we go, let's say hello to northern Valverde County. Again, about 50 to 60 miles northwest of Del Rio. These storms bring rain to parts of Highway 163, northern Valverde County. Pocket change size hail. All right. And then, oh yeah, by the way, for what it's worth, Roby to Rotan, storm moving northeast. This is a left split supercell moving north-northeast at 40 miles an hour towards Aspermont Rural. I could have quarter to golf ball size hail, strong winds, heavy rain. Uh-oh. Oh, dear heavens, did we have to? All right, this is going to be a tornado warning now. This is going to be for portions of southern Correll and Lampasas counties until 6:15 p.m. A tornado warning. At 5:34 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is 13 miles south of Avant or 16 miles north of Lampasas, moving east at 40 miles an hour. This is a tornado warning. That does include the communities of Adamsville, Pidcoke. This does include the northern sections of Copper's Cove. This does include Fort Cavazos. I'm going to have to look it up. Fort Hood, the fort, whatever you want to call it. I don't really care, but the fort's included to just northwest of Killeen. So again, this is a tornado warning until 6:15 p.m. Take your tornado safety precautions. The potential for hurricane force winds and at times tornadic activity. We're seeing winds moving towards the radar over 70 miles an hour, and yes, there are some low-level circulations here that are capable of producing spin-up tornadoes in addition to hurricane force straight-line winds. Oh, and tennis ball to baseball size hail in case you wanted some ice to go with your wind damage. So again, we have a tornado warning until 6:15 p.m. Parts of Coryell and Lampasas counties, including the communities of Adamsville, Pidcoke, northern Copperas Cove, areas just northwest of Killeen, and the fort. Whatever you want to call the fort is up to you. I'm just going to call it the fort. The potential for hurricane force straight line winds over 75 miles an hour. The potential for large hail up to the size of tennis balls. And yes, spin up tornadoes. So again, that is a tornado warning. And eventually, yes, this storm could pose a direct threat to the city of Copperas Cove, the city of Killeen, the city of Temple, the city of Belton. In addition, strong to severe storms extend north now towards western McLennan County, southwest, Coryell County, Lampasas County. These storms are moving mostly southeast-east at 40 miles an hour. Knickerbocker? That's hilarious. So again, that's what we have going on here. Tornado warning, Pidcoke, Adamsville, potential for damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour. The potential for tornado, the potential for hail up to the size of tennis balls. And yes, this is moving right towards Copperas Cove, Killeen, and the fort. Meaning y'all should begin taking your tornado safety precautions. You've still got a little bit of time. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Otherwise, we have storms in the Concho Valley with hail. These are hailers at this point, not tornado makers. They're flood makers. New storm from Winters over to Novice, nasty hail core there. Storm over Ruby, moving up towards Aspermont. hail. And we have some new storms going up now. It looks like in North Texas, we've got a pretty cute-looking storm in Aledo, southwestern Tarrant County. That is moving northeast. That may actually start having some hail here soon, nickel size. We got a storm going up over Lipan. Those are moving northeast as well. And we got a storm near Leonard. So we're starting to see an uptick in thunderstorms now, moving back into the DFW Metroplex. So those storms moving off to the northeast, cloud-to-ground lightning, heavy rain, maybe some small hail. If any of these intensify, the potential for quarter-size hail will increase. Okay, so we've got quarter-size hail reported. You gotta be kidding me. Okay. We got a tornado warning. Okay, this is going to be a tornado warning for portions of Franklin, Upshur, Camp, and Wood counties. This is in northeast Texas. This is going to be a tornado warning until 6:15 p.m. So we're dealing with 2 tornado warnings now. This will include the community of Pittsburgh. This will include Newsom, Rocky Mound, and Betty. This does not include the city of Gilmer, Mount Pleasant, Winnsboro, or Pearlie. At 5:40 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Scroggins or Leesburg, moving east at 25 miles an hour. This thunderstorm includes Leesburg, Newsom, Perryville, Rocky Mound, Midway. So we have a fairly broad mesocyclone here. The Weather Service in Shreveport has elected to put a tornado warning on. This storm is capable of producing quarter to golf ball size hail, winds over 60 miles an hour, and perhaps a spin-up tornado. This is moving east-southeast at about 25 miles an hour.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for McLennan County in Texas,
with the potential of a spin-up tornado. So Betty, Pittsburgh, you're included. Highway 271 between Pittsburgh and Betty's included. West of Pittsburgh on Highway 11 out to Newsom, you're in this tornado warning. Rocky Mound, Newsom, Pittsburgh, Betty. If you're in this warning polygon, you need to take action, and that is enacting your tornado safety plan, moving to your safe place. We can't rule out a spin-up tornado here. The potential for damaging straight-line winds and quarter-size hail as well. And again, this storm is moving east-southeast at 25 miles an hour. If it were to continue, it would eventually pose a threat to Ore City and Lone Star and Avenger, Highway 259 and Highway 49. We still got some time, though. So again, that is a tornado warning for this thunderstorm located east of Winnsboro, moving towards Newsom, Pittsburgh, and Betty. Take your tornado safety precautions. Thunderstorm number 2 with a tornado warning is located just over the northwestern portions of the Fort, north of Copperas Cove, moving southeast towards Killeen, Copperas Cove, Harker Heights, Belton, and Temple. These thunderstorms are capable of producing hurricane-force winds over 80 miles per hour, tennis ball to baseball size hail, and a tornado.
In Irion County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by law enforcement.
Mr. Cooley, if you're listening, I do have Zello open if you need me. We have a severe thunderstorm over Crawford, McGregor, moving more to the northeast towards the city of Waco. This storm could have quarter-size hail and wind gust over 60 miles an hour. This thunderstorm complex from Gatesville to north of Lampasas is moving more east-southeast at 40 miles an hour. The potential for hurricane-force wind gusts, baseball-size hail, and a tornado. Severe weather warnings will be required for places like Troy, Temple, Belton, Salado, Harker Heights, Killeen, Copperas Cove soon. That may be a tornado warning, or it may be what we call a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. We're seeing indications on radar of winds exceeding 85 to 90 miles an hour now above the surface. At the surface, that may result in wind gusts exceeding 75 miles an hour, hurricane force. As such, one, I dropped my phone. Two, the potential for this to be a destructive severe thunderstorm with significant wind damage is increasing. We've been talking about this now for a couple of hours, and even in my videos this morning and yesterday, how if we had a cluster of storms develop like this that bode out, the threat for hurricane force winds would increase. Yes, that is the case with this thunderstorm complex now moving towards Killeen, the Fort, Harker Heights, Temple, Copper's Cove, Troy, Belton, Morgan's Point Resort, Moody, from Gatesville and Lampasas. This complex will make it into the Brazos Valley and, yes, may pose a direct threat to Bryan, College Station, Texas A&M in about 2 hours. We have a tornado warning in northeast Texas. This is going to be a possible spin-up tornado now near Newsom, east of Winnsboro. If you're in the city of Winnsboro, you are not in this tornado warning. You're fine. This is east of you, moving away. If you are in the city of Pittsburgh, community of Rocky Mount and Betty on Highway 271, you need to enact your tornado safety precautions. A thunderstorm capable of producing a weak spin-up tornado, damaging straight-line winds, quarter to ping-pong ball-size hail, is located near Newsom on Highway 11, moving east-southeast at 25 to 30 miles an hour. This thunderstorm will be near Lone Star and Ore City around 6:45 p.m. This storm will be crossing Highway 271 between Pittsburgh and Betty in the next 30 minutes or less. Highway 259 around Lone Star to Ore City by 6:45 p.m. So again, that is a tornado warning for that storm. And I think you can tell by the tone of my voice. Tornado warnings are serious, yes, but they're not all the same. I want to point out here that we're not likely talking about what I would consider to be a long track, long-lived, holy moly, level your house tornado. But even weak, brief tornadoes are dangerous. They can knock trees down onto your buildings, your homes, your vehicles. They can cause trees to fall on roadways and block roadways. Damaging straight-line winds produce similar hazards, and yes, this thunderstorm is also capable of producing quarter to ping-pong ball-size hail as it moves east-southeast at 25 miles an hour, eventually making it to Highway 271 the next 20 minutes from Pittsburgh to Betty. Highway 259 around Lone Star to Ore City by 6:45 p.m. Back in the DFW Metroplex, scattered showers and thunderstorms. These at this point are not severe, but they are intensifying and increasing in number. Mr. Cooley, I'll leave it to you to let me know if I need to look at one of those at some point, if I'm missing something. But I know you're also doing a good job of posting updates on social media. A cluster of intense thunderstorms capable of producing hurricane-force winds over 75 miles an hour, golf ball to tennis ball size hail, and at times tornadic circulations are now encroaching on the northwestern portions of Fort, whatever you want to call it, down to Highway 190/Interstate 14 from Lampasas to Copper's Cove to Killeen. These storms are moving east-southeast at 40 to 45 miles an hour. The potential for significant wind damage from hurricane-force winds over 75 miles an hour. The potential for wind-driven hail up to the size of tennis balls. And yes, the potential will exist for spin-up tornadoes. Specifically, this wind signature is now becoming extreme. We're starting to see some wind indications similar to that of what we saw last week in the city of Houston. Winds now over 90 miles an hour over northern portions of, the Fort east of Pidcoke, south of Fort Gates and Gatesville. This extremely strong destructive wind is moving southeast towards Morgan Point Resort, Harker Heights, Belton, Temple, the city of Killeen. We note radar is also estimating this could have baseball to softball size hail. We have not heard reports of that, but it just goes to show you this is an extremely intense thunderstorm. a destructive thunderstorm, and one that has the potential to cause, high-end severe weather. Hurricane force winds over 80 miles an hour, tennis ball to baseball size hail, tornadoes, flooding rainfall. Just for fun, I want to see how tall this thunderstorm is. And by the way, yeah, this thunderstorm is 70,000 feet tall. If you want to know how tall that is, that's about twice the height of a normal commercial airliner at cruising altitude. Most commercial airliners will fly between, let's say 30,000 and 41,000 feet. Some private business jet aircraft will go up to about 45,000 feet. Fighter aircraft, military aircraft, 50 to 60,000 feet. This thing's 70,000 feet. That's about as tall of a thunderstorm as you get in these parts of the world, and is an extremely intense thunderstorm. So again, this thing's got more attitude than, well, I don't know. Take your pick. But we got problems. A tornado warning does continue for Pittsburgh and Betty, Rocky Mound, east of Winsboro, east of Newsom. I will be honest with you, that thunderstorm at times could produce damaging winds, quarter-size hail, but the potential for a tornado would likely remain on the weak, brief side. This thunderstorm approaching the Fort, Coppers Cove, Killeen, Harker Heights, Belton, Temple has the potential to produce high-end severe weather, tornadoes, baseball-size hail, hurricane-force wind gust over 80 miles an hour, the possibility of wind-driven hail. Those of you in Temple, Troy, Belton, Harker Heights, Killeen need to prepare for a destructive hailstorm and the potential for hurricane-force winds. Like the advice we gave to those in Houston last week, we're going to strongly encourage you to treat this as a tornado warning. You're going to need to get away from west-north-facing windows. Please be away from any trees that could come falling down. Be mindful that exterior windows may be broken due to flying debris, wind-driven hail, or a combination of both. The potential will exist for significant power infrastructure damage from this thunderstorm, resulting in power outages. A severe thunderstorm over Crawford is moving northeast towards Waco. That thunderstorm may have 60 to 65 mile an hour winds, the potential for quarter to golf ball size hail, moving northeast towards I-35, Lacey Lakeview, in the city of Waco over the next several minutes. Those of you in Killeen, the Fort, Coppers Cove, Harker Heights, take shelter immediately. A destructive severe thunderstorm capable of producing hurricane-force winds of 80 to 90 miles per hour, tennis ball-size hail, and a tornado will arrive in your area within the next 10 to 15 minutes. A weather warning, whether it be tornado or severe thunderstorm, will be needed shortly for the remainder of Bell County. This will include the city of Troy, Temple, Belton, Interstate 14 west to the city of Killeen, probably down to near Gerald. A possible tornado is now located over the Fort, north of the city of Killeen. This is moving southeast at 45 to 50 miles an hour. This is a dangerous situation, with wind values now approaching those.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bell, Coryell, and Lampasas County in Texas.
Moving southeast, the potential for winds over 80 miles an hour, tennis ball size hail. A tornado cannot be ruled out. Those of you in the city of Temple, Belton, Moffett, Harker Heights, Killeen, Salado should treat this as a tornado warning.
Report from 5 miles south of Valley Mills in McLennan County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 0.50 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping, half inch, 0.50 inches.
A complex of severe thunderstorms capable of producing hurricane force winds over 80 miles an hour, quarter to tennis ball size hail, will impact Colleen, Copper's Cove, Harker Heights, Belton, Morgan's Point Resort, Moffett, Temple, Salado, Gerald, to Florence over the next 30 to 45 minutes. I would strongly encourage those of you in the path of this storm to treat it as you would a tornado warning. Move to an interior room. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Please be away from any west-north-facing windows, as those will have the highest potential of being broken due to wind-driven hail or debris flung by hurricane-force winds. This will be an storm that is likely to result in a pretty significant power impact or impact to the power grid in this area, and the potential for flooding will also occur. We at this time would advise no travel on Interstate 35 between the cities of Waco and Gerald, given the fact we have very intense storms moving southeast with hail, wind, flooding rainfall. A tornado warning continues until 6:15 p.m. for portions of northern Upshur and southwestern Camp counties in northeast Texas. This is a thunderstorm that has shown some modest rotation at times, capable of producing damaging straight-line winds. Quarter-size hail, and at times a spin-up tornado. Meteorologist Jason Cooley, I know you're listening. You may not be able to talk, but you can at least type. What do you think of that signature north of Colleen? I'm trying to tell if that's just straight-line wind or if that's actually a low-level circulation trying to materialize. If it's a low-level circulation, my concern is increasing quickly, given the intensity of it. And since I referenced it here on the stream, I'll go ahead and talk about it and show you what I'm looking at here. Again, we're focusing on the most intense storms. Please understand, I know we've got storms in DFW reforming with small hail and lightning. We got some storms in the Concho Valley with hail. Same thing in northeast Texas, but everybody, we're not talking about you. That's usually a good thing. You can track these storms with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. We have interactive weather radars, live severe weather coverage, and more. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers, where you download apps for your device. Well, Jason, that's an app description. I'm not going to say that, but I mean, that's a pretty apt description of the situation, I suppose. Let's switch back to the high-resolution radar. Let me show you what we're looking at here. The reason I'm concerned is, well, one, let me tell you, these are now values that we saw in Houston last week. Not over the scope of what we saw, but the potential for winds well over 80 miles an hour is increasing over the fort, moving towards Colleen and Harker Heights. Reason I'm concerned is we're also seeing some pretty impressive inbound velocity returns here. We're seeing winds moving towards the radar at 100 miles an hour. Winds moving away from the radar, come on, at about 50. So about 150 mile an hour mesocyclone here. In addition to the potential for destructive hurricane force winds over 80 miles an hour, this could put a tornado down. And again, if we get a tornado with these velocities, the potential will exist that it could be a stronger tornado. So again, those of you in Colleen, Harker Heights to Belton really would treat this like a tornado warning. This has the potential to be a destructive thunderstorm with hurricane force winds over 80 miles an hour.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Coleman, Concho, and McCulloch County in Texas.
The potential for tennis ball size hail and perhaps a tornado.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Camp, Cass, Harrison, Marion, Morris, Titus, and Upshur County in Texas.
So the Weather Service in Shreveport's going to let that northeast Texas tornado warning expire. Large severe thunderstorm warning from Hughes Springs to Avenger to Ore City to Diana for winds 60 miles an hour, quarter-size hail. I think that's the right move. This is a dangerous thunderstorm now over the base, over the hood, over Fort Hood, whatever you want to call it, down to Copperas Cove. The potential for winds of 70 to 80 to higher than 80 miles an hour. We're seeing winds over 100 miles an hour on radar data, a few thousand feet above the surface now, over the fort, moving towards Killeen, Harker Heights, Belton. Copperas Cove, we're seeing winds near 80 miles an hour.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Stonewall County in Texas.
This is moving towards the Grove, Morgan's Point Resort, Moffett, Temple, Belton, Killeen, Harker Heights. I'm going to start using a more intense voice here to convey the urgency and the severity of this situation. An analog would be the wind that hit Houston last week. This thunderstorm is starting to show similar indications of such strong winds. Those of you in Killeen, Harker Heights, Morgan Point Resort, The Grove, Belton, Temple need to treat this as you would a tornado warning. Damaging straight-line winds of 80 to 90 miles an hour are possible out of the west. That will result in significant power outages, the potential for damage, the potential for large hail up to the size of tennis balls, and a tornado cannot be ruled out. These storms are moving east at 30 to 40 miles an hour, with the potential for significant wind damage. Troy, Temple, Belton, Morgan's Point Resort, The Grove, Leon Junction, Copperas Cove, Killeen, Harker Heights, Belton, the potential for 70 to 90 mile per hour straight line winds, wind-driven tennis ball-size hail, and a tornado are all possible over the next 30 to 40 minutes as these dangerous thunderstorms move from west to east. A thunderstorm over McLennan County coming up on the airport will move into the city of Waco and Belmead shortly. The potential for straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour, quarter to half-dollar size hail. That storm looks less intense than this thing. This thing's got a whole lot of big, bad, no-no attitude, and is a dangerous thunderstorm capable of producing significant severe weather impacts. This is a thunderstorm that could be producing winds of 70 to 90 miles per hour. The potential for wind-driven tennis ball-size hail. The potential for a tornado at times. A tornado warning has been extended east. Stand by. This is a tornado warning. This will include the city of Temple, Troy, Moody.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Bell, Coryell, and McLennan County in Texas.
Morgan's Point Resort, The Grove, Moffett. This is a tornado warning. Take your tornado safety precautions now. Lowest floor, center room. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Put as many walls between you and the west side of your building as you can.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Caddo County in Louisiana.
The potential for a tornado.
Harrison and Panola County in Texas.
The potential for destructive straight-line winds over 85 miles an hour. The potential for wind-driven tennis ball-size hail. This is a dangerous thunderstorm capable of producing high-end, significant, severe weather impacts similar to those experienced last week in parts of southeast Texas, including the city of Houston. Radar showing the potential for a spin-up tornado, but also straight-line winds of 80 to 90 miles per hour over the fort, moving east towards Moody, Moffett, The Grove, Morgan's Point Resort, the city of Temple, Troy, Bruceville Eddy. Damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour, possible now in the city of Killeen to Copperas Cove. Those will move east on Interstate 14 towards the city of Belton, Salado, Little River Academy. These thunderstorms moving from west to east at 40 to 45 miles per hour with the potential for damaging severe weather impacts. We would encourage no travel on Interstate 35 from the city of Waco and Lorena all the way down to Gerald, given the fact we have damaging thunderstorms now moving over the interstate over several tens of miles. These thunderstorms will have the potential to cause, commercial vehicles to be rolled, especially as the very strong west winds hit I-35. The potential for a tornado to spin up at any time, southwest of the Grove, moving towards Moffett, Morgan's Point Resort. Even if we don't have a tornado, damaging straight-line winds over 75 to 85 miles an hour are expected. This is moving due east at 45 miles an hour towards the city of Temple, Troy, Bruceville Eddy, Belton. Those of you just from near Colleen, you're likely starting to be impacted by very strong winds now. Morgan's Point Resort, the Grove, Moffett. You will be impacted by the potential of hurricane force winds in the next 10 minutes. Troy, Temple, Belton. You will be impacted with the potential of hurricane force winds, perhaps a tornado, and hail in the next 20 to 25 minutes. That does include Interstate 35. We've got a hail core moving into the city of Waco. There could be some quarter-size hail with that thunderstorm as it moves from southwest to northeast. This is a dangerous situation for those of you from the Fort to Colleen to Harker Heights to Belton to Temple to Troy to Morgan's Point Resort to Moody. The potential for a tornado, hurricane force straight line winds, such as those experienced last week in the city of Houston, in parts of southeast Texas from another high precipitation supercell. The potential for large hail. These storms moving from west to east at about 40 to 45 miles an hour. This is the which way the wind is blowing mode, and again, you can see the radar is estimating winds of 80 to 90 miles an hour, pretty much 2,000 feet above the surface here. The potential for some of these winds to make it down to the surface is hurricane force wind gust, capable of causing significant power outages. The potential for a lot of tree damage to the infrastructure, damage to buildings, and more. There is also the potential this could put a tornado down with similar impacts. And again, this is the outside of a storm in northeast Texas, which I will be honest, actually, we'll take a look at this again. And again, this one is much weaker comparatively. We got a storm over the city of Longview with maybe some heavy rain. This storm south of Pittsburgh has shown broad rotation at times. A brief weak tornado can't be ruled out. Approaching Highway 271 north of Betty, south of Pittsburgh. They're going to let that tornado warning go shortly. Severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail from Dangerfield to Lone Star on 259 down to Ore City to Gilmer. That storm much less threatening looking than the storms farther southwest, which are dealing with a much more unstable environment. We have some thunderstorms across portions of North Texas. DFW Metroplex with a bit of heavy rain, small hail, those are behaving. Concho Valley, Big Country, a couple of storms with hail. Those have generally been behaving. Then you have this absolute behemoth of a monster storm approaching I-35 from Troy to Temple to Belton.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Gregg, Harrison, Marion, and Upshur County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Callahan and Coleman County in Texas.
A severe thunderstorm capable of producing hurricane force winds over 80 miles an hour. The potential for a tornado and quarter to tennis ball size hail. Extending from near Colleen, Copper's Cove, and Harker Heights. North to Fort Gates, southwest of McGregor, moving east at 45 miles an hour towards Moody, Morgan's Point Resort, Troy, Temple, Belton, Salado. The potential for hurricane force winds of over 80 miles an hour. Coming in from the west, moving east. Some of these winds will likely exceed 80 miles an hour with the potential of widespread power outages, golf ball to tennis ball size hail. A tornado cannot be ruled out. Those of you in Temple, Troy, Moffett, The Grove, Morgan's Point Resort, and Belton. Harker Heights should be taking their tornado safety precautions. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Please put as many walls between you and west-facing and north-facing windows as possible. Really am concerned about those windows being broken out by wind-driven hail or debris. These storms moving from west to east, and again, this will likely result in significant wind damage, the potential for wind-driven large hail, and a tornado cannot be ruled out. Switch back over to the hard draining mode. With this activity, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing hurricane-force winds over 80 miles an hour, a tornado, tennis ball-size hail, wind-driven tennis ball-size hail, is approaching Temple, Troy, Belton, Morgan's Point Resort, Harker Heights. Y'all need to take your tornado safety precautions. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Those of you who watched us last Friday, I believe it was last Friday, whatever, the Houston day, know we had similar velocity indications from the Houston storm, and that ended up being well over 100 miles an hour. We're seeing a similar wind environment, wind depiction with this thunderstorm approaching Morgan's Point Resort, Moffett, The Grove, Belton, Temple, Troy, areas from, to a lesser extent, Killeen and Copperas Cove. These thunderstorms are an environment supportive of severe weather, including all modes of severe weather. Based on the overall structure of these storms, the potential will exist that these continue producing destructive straight-line winds. Well over 80 miles an hour. The potential for wind-driven tennis ball-size hail, and yes, the tornado threat may also continue. The city of Waco, you're getting maybe some nickel to quarter size hail. Winds of 50 to 60 miles an hour, heavy rainfall that will likely cause flash flooding. Stronger portion of this cluster extends southwest towards the Fort, to Morgan's Point Resort, to Killeen, moving east towards Troy and Temple.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Concho, Menard, Schleicher, and Tom Green County in Texas.
And again, let's take a statewide view. Let me show you what's going on statewide. Here's thunderstorms over the last 2 hours. You can see we've had storms in the Concho Valley, the Big Country, North Texas, Northeast Texas, now moving into the Arklatex, Hill Country, and Central Texas. The strongest storms currently are those approaching Temple, Belton from Killeen, capable of 80-plus mile-an-hour winds, tornadoes, tennis ball-size hail. The potential exists for flooding. We also have other storms with hail up to the size of golf balls, localized winds over 60 miles an hour, and flooding rainfall. If you were in Pittsburgh, you were clear from the tornado warning. Newsom, you're clear from the tornado warning. Betty, strong winds, maybe a very weak spin-up tornado just northeast of Betty. Again, that tornado warning is going to be gone here in just a minute, replaced by a severe thunderstorm warning. We're dealing with plenty of storms now, increasing in coverage across portions of northeast Texas and East Texas along Interstate 20. Those storms at this point are not tornadic. They are capable of producing strong winds, heavy rainfall, street flooding, maybe some pocket change size hail.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Crockett, Irion, Schleicher, and Tom Green County in Texas.
We've got a dangerous cluster of storms now approaching. Belton, Temple, Troy, Moffett. The potential for winds over 75 to 85 miles an hour. The potential for a tornado. The potential for tennis ball size hail. These storms moving east-southeast at 45 miles an hour are capable of producing high-end impacts. We are advised no travel on Interstate 35, pretty much at this point, from Waco to all the way down to north of Georgetown, unless you want to sit in hail, rain, wind, and some flooding. The Killeen Fort Hood, that's what it's still called, at least officially based off the airport guidance, whatever, I don't care. The Fort Weather Station recorded a 76-mile-an-hour wind gust. The strongest winds were noted north of there, so again, 75 to 90-mile-an-hour winds are expected with this complex of storms approaching Troy, Temple, Moffett, Morgan's Point Resort, Belton, to Salado. We'll go back to the high-res radar. I'll go ahead and zoom in. You can see this ain't good. This could be 80, 90 mile an hour winds now approaching Belton on Interstate 14, Morgan's Point Resort, approaching Temple in the next 15 minutes. And again, we're seeing some indications of winds over 100 miles an hour here. This is hurricane-force winds. The potential for significant wind-driven hail damage from this thunderstorm approaching Belton, Morgan's Point Resort, the city of Temple, and Moody. Please take your tornado safety precautions. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Please do not go outside or be near windows during this event. We don't want anyone being hurt or killed by glass being broken and causing lacerations.
Warning has been issued for McLennan County in Texas.
We're worried about trees falling on buildings and vehicles. Those of you in Temple, Belton, Morgan's Point Resort, we've been saying this now for 20 minutes. We're going to keep saying it. You need to move to a safe interior room away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, especially west and north-facing windows. Do not be in a vehicle. Vehicle windows may be broken by wind-driven hail as well. This is a storm that has the potential of breaking windows on buildings, especially west and north-facing windows. Same message applies that did in Houston last week. And again, you can see extreme velocities being indicated approaching Belton, Temple, Morgan's Point Resort. We had a 76-mile-an-hour wind gust measured in Killeen, and the strongest wind stayed north of Killeen. The potential exists for winds approaching 100... Oh, no, not this again. Winds over 100 miles an hour possible in parts of Temple, Belton in the next 10 minutes. Be in a safe place now. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I do not care if this is from a tornado or damaging straight line winds. Same messages I said last week for Houston. Tornadic or straight line wind, this will mess you up. So be in a safe place. If you think it's a good idea to stand and look outside at this as it comes in, you're going to find out real quick it's not. All right, this is the kind of a situation where this may knock trees down on homes and buildings, etc. We had 7 people killed at least last week in Houston from falling trees, falling debris. We don't want a repeat of people getting hurt and killed here in Temple, Belton, Morgan's Point Resort, etc. Harker Heights from wind-driven debris or things getting knocked over by the wind. This is a tornado warning with the potential for extreme straight-line winds in Temple, Belton, Morgan's Point Resort, areas between Harker Heights and Belton on Interstate 14. Eventually, this will also include Salado, Little River Academy. You need to take your tornado safety precautions now. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Do not approach west and north facing windows during this event. The potential will exist for trees to fall on buildings, homes, etc., for flying debris to be projectiled into things, the potential for windows in both vehicles and buildings to be shattered from debris, the potential for wind-driven hail. Unlike last week, this storm does have the potential of producing wind-driven destructive hail in association with hurricane-force straight-line winds. Please be in a safe place. We've already had winds observed over 75 miles an hour in Killeen, and they missed out on the strongest wind signature with this. The strongest wind signature is about to enter Morgan's Point Resort. This is Bell County in central Texas. City of Waco, you've got a storm with heavy rain. You're going to have flash flooding. Roads are going to flood. There's going to be quick rises on creek streams. Worst of this storm is Morgan's Point Resort. I mean, the radar thinks there's softball-size hail with this, folks. Could you imagine softball-size hail with 100-mile-an-hour winds? I mean, one of our team members' grandparents live down here in Belton. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm having to haul a generator down there tonight for him at this point. So again, the potential for extreme winds over 100 miles an hour now entering the city of Temple, the city of Belton, Morgan's Point Resort. This is an extremely dangerous, life-threatening situation on par with the storm that impacted the city of Houston last week. Impacts could be similar. Those of you in Temple and Belton need to be in a safe place now. All right? Get away from west-north facing windows. Eagle Landing Drive, Arrowhead Point Road, Highway 317, Temples Lake Park, West Adams Avenue. You're getting hit now. Highway 317, Tarver Drive, Hogan Road, Cedar Lane, Ridgeway Drive, Oak Hills Drive, Laurel Ridge, whatever. South Pea Ridge Road, Highway 317 within minutes, Prairie View Road, coming up to Old Waco Road. South Pea Ridge Road, Riverside Trail, Tembel Lane, Charter Oaks Drive, and eventually, the city of Temple, Interstate 35. This is a destructive, dangerous, extremely dangerous, life-threatening situation for those of you in Belton, Temple, Morgan's Point Resort, even Harker Heights. The potential for winds over 100 miles per hour. Wind-driven, baseball-size hail. A tornado can't be ruled out, but to be honest, tornado or hurricane-force winds, it don't matter in this case. It's a problem. Be in shelter. Nobody or their mama should be on I-35 right now around Temple and Belton unless you want to get rolled off the highway into a field. This thing means business. This thing's probably going to cause major wind damage in the cities of Belton and Temple, Morgan's Point Resort, Harker Heights. And again, this is the which way the wind's blowing mode. Radar thinks we have 115-mile-an-hour winds about to move into Belton and Temple. That is the equivalent of a Category 3 major hurricane. We're going to see major hurricane-like wind damage. Oh, sweet mama mercy, that is not what I wanted to see. That's not good. Radar now detecting winds over 100 miles an hour entering the cities of Belton and Temple. Most of these towns are probably going to lose power. We're going to have major damage to the power infrastructure. Like we saw in Houston, these are the kind of winds that can bring down the high-tension power lines, you know, the really tall metal structures. If we see that, some folks are going to be without power for days. So again, the potential here for destructive straight-line winds over 80 to 100 miles an hour entering the city of Temple, the city of Belton, the potential for wind-driven baseball-size hail, flooding rainfall. The winds may start first and then the hail. Morgan's Point Resort, you're getting the hail now. And again, you need to be in a safe place. Away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. It's going to sound like World War III's going on if you're getting wind-driven hail. But please do not go out and look until the thunderstorm has passed your location. This is a dangerous situation with extreme winds expected. The potential for baseball to softball size hail, winds of 80 to 100 miles an hour in the cities of Belton and especially Temple up Highway 36 to Morgan's Point Resort. After Temple, this will be a threat to the city of Rosebud, Seaton, Burlington, Ben Arnold, Rogers, Little River Academy. We could still have 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, Salado, Killeen, Harker Heights, but the strongest winds, 80 to 100 miles an hour, appear to be from Belton, west sides of Temple, Moffett, Jubilee Springs to Morgan's Point Resort, moving east-southeast at 40 miles an hour. This is a destructive thunderstorm with all sorts of problems with it. And again, this thing has more attitude than me on 300 milligrams of caffeine, which, well, let's get at it because it's about to be a long evening. So again, this is the which way the wind's blowing mode. And yeah, we got problems.
Local storm report from 1 miles west of Morgan's Point Riso in Bell County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.50 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, report from ping pong ball, 1.50 inches.
And again, we got storms with hail in northeast Texas, the Concho Valley. Most life-threatening storm by far is the storm entering Temple and Belton with the potential of 80 to 100 mile an hour winds. The potential we could have a tornado spin up and wind-driven ping pong ball to tennis ball size hail. Again, a lot of these folks around here, you're going to lose power. And the power may not be back on for a few days, depending on just how bad this gets. The potential will exist for wind-driven hail, a lot of broken windows, especially on the west and north sides of buildings. The potential that we could have street flooding after the fact, just because we also have heavy rain. So again, the wind may start first, then we'll get the hail.
Southwest of Waco in McLennan County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by public. Additional information, report from ping, quarter, 1 inch.
Okay, so we got quarter-size hail in Waco. Again, Waco, you got the weaker side of this whole thing. You've got strong winds, flooding rains. It's going to flood. All the roads are going to flood. You know, the typical thing. And are you kidding me? Oh, no. Are you kidding me? Look at, when I say kidding me, that's what worries me. That hook echo right there on the southwestern sides of Temple. Folks, that's not good. Tornado or extreme winds, regardless, now showing winds over 100 miles an hour in the city of Temple, especially the southwestern sides of town, moving down 190. Northeast sides of Temple, you may get the lesser of this, but Belton up to the southwestern, western portions of Temple, south sides of Temple, you're getting absolutely ransacked by extreme winds right now. The potential for winds to exceed 100 miles an hour, a tornado can't be ruled out. The potential for wind-driven hail to come in on the back side of this here a few minutes after these winds. And again, some of these winds over 70 miles an hour may continue for a good 15 to 20 minutes with wind-driven hail. Stand by for a new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Bell County in Texas.
All right, let's give an all clear real quick. Colleen, you're clear. Harker Heights, you've still got strong winds, but it's calming down. Morgan's Point Resort, give it until 6:45. Tornado warning now for the city of Belton, the city of Temple, the city or Little River Academy to Rogers to Seaton. This is a tornado warning until 7 p.m. At 6:28 p.m. A possible tornado, extreme straight line winds over 100 miles an hour in the city of Temple, and to a lesser extent, the city of Belton, moving southeast at 40 miles an hour. Tornado warning includes Edgeworth, Zedale, Cyclone, Airville, Seaton, Sparks, and Red Ranger. This does include Interstate 35 between mile markers 286 and 303. This is going to be a serious life-threatening situation comparable to that of the Houston storm last week. We could have winds over 80 to 100 miles an hour in the city of Temple right now. But unlike Houston last week, the potential for nasty wind-driven hail to also include, or would include wind-driven hail. That's not good. Radar now showing winds of 90 to 100 miles an hour. In the city of Temple, near Highway 290 and Highway 190, south sides of Temple. Seeing strong rotation as well. This could be in the form of a rear flank downdraft, or we may have a tornado down on the south sides of the city of Temple. Regardless, I don't care if it's a tornado or hurricane force winds right now. Both are equally life-threatening. Those of you in Temple, hang on. Belton, it's getting worse. Temple, it'll be over by 6:50. Those of you in Belton, by 6:50. Little River Academy, you're next. You're about to go from maybe 40-mile-an-hour winds up to 80 to 100 coming in from the northwest. And again, this could end up eventually impacting places like Bartlett, Holland, Rogers, Buckholtz, and eventually even Cameron down the road. Again, the possibility of a tornado with extreme hurricane force straight-line winds over 90 to 100 miles an hour now on the southwest sides of the city of Temple and to the northeast sides of Belton, moving southeast at 45 miles an hour. Morgan's Point Resort, you're getting hail right now, but it'll be calming down in the next 10 minutes. Harker Heights to Colleen, you're all clear from the worst of this. It's still windy. We have a hook echo over the south sides of the city of Temple, strong indications of either a tornado or extreme hurricane force straight line winds over 90 miles an hour. The potential for this to be significant wind damage. But again, those of you on the south sides of the city of Temple, you need to be in a safe place now. And we've been telling you that for 30 minutes. Little River Academy, same thing. You need to be in a safe place. The possibility of either a tornado or extreme hurricane force straight line winds over 90 to 100 miles an hour. City of Belton, you're getting ransacked right now by wind. It may not be as strong, 60 to 80, but definitely the potential we could have wind damage ongoing. Most of these folks down here are probably not going to have power after this, and some of the power may not be back for a while. So again, City of Temple, hang on. Getting reports of multiple power flashes south of 36 and 317 in Temple. That makes sense. And again, there very well may be a tornado down now on the southeast sides of the city of Temple. Tornado or hurricane force winds near 100 miles an hour. Both are going to cause big problems. We likely have significant damage ongoing in the city of Temple now. We've got winds in the city of Temple now being indicated at 80 to 100 miles an hour, possibly exceeding 100 miles an hour. The possibility of a developing tornado or a tornado in progress. We could have a bit of a tornado debris signature here as well. That's not exactly determinable at this point, but regardless, there is some very bad things going on right now on the southeast side of Temple. If you're at Morgan's Point Resort, it's windy, it's hailing, you're all going to be calming down soon. I-35 west into Belton, west of I-35 at Temple, you're getting hail, wind, but it's going to be calming down by 6:40. City of Temple, hang on, you're going to be in it for another 10 minutes probably. We've got winds producing, our wind over 100 miles an hour perhaps, and or a tornado in the city of Temple with the potential for wind-driven golf ball to baseball size hail. We've got a severe storm up near the city of Waco, up I-35, Troy, Lorena, flash flooding into the city of Waco. These storms do have the potential of producing quarter-size hail, wind gust over 60 miles an hour up into the city of Waco. Temple, you could have winds of 80 to 100 miles an hour. This is moving down Highway 190 towards Little River Academy, eventually Rogers. This could be an issue for places like Cameron and Rosebud on Highway 77 by 7 p.m. The potential right now for winds of 80 to 100 miles an hour, the potential for a tornado and tennis ball to baseball size hail, with this thunderstorm complex moving east-southeast at about 40 miles an hour. Belton, you're getting it now. Temple, you're getting hit by either destructive hurricane force winds or a tornado or both, unfortunately. Worst will be out of town by 6:40. But again, here's the latest radar data from the Granger radar, which is right down the road, so we're not looking all that high up off the ground, which means this is probably what's going on near the ground. We've got winds of 80 to 100 miles an hour in the city of Temple, moving down Highway 190 and east on Highway 320/53 towards Rosebud and Rogers. The potential will exist that there could be a tornado here or just hurricane force straight line winds. I say just in the sense that it really isn't just. This is a high-end severe weather situation. Seeing winds that could easily be, bad. Okay, city of Temple, you're starting to calm down now. You've still got, 60 to 80 mile an hour winds, but the strongest winds should be now east of 363, moving east on 53 and 190. It looks like this may move closer to Rosebud versus Cameron for now. We'll see. If it moves southeast instead of east, this could be a direct threat to the city of Cameron. Regardless, city of Temple, it's hailing now. You've still got very strong winds. I wouldn't be shocked if the entire city of Temple had no power at this point. We'll find out. But again, okay, so let's see. I'm going to actually try to look up power outage numbers. Okay, no wind reports. So again, city of Temple, the worst is now exiting town to the southeast. It's still going to be rowdy in Temple the next several minutes, but it's going to get worse in Rogers to Rosebud here in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Seaton, you need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We've got a report of a tornado on the ground in the area of 3rd and French in the city of Temple from the Temple Fire Department. So Temple Fire Department's reporting a tornado down near the area of 3rd and French in the city of Temple. And again, that comes from the Temple Fire Department. So again, we've either had a tornado or extremely strong straight line winds near 100 miles an hour move through the parts of the city of Temple, especially southern sections of the city of Temple in the last 5 to 10 minutes. For what it's worth, those of you in the city of Temple, it's still rowdy, but it's going to get better here soon. You can see we've got a clear indication of a hook echo with this thunderstorm now. This is going to be southeast of the city of Temple by several miles. My apologies for that rapid motion. And again, if I'm not talking about your storm, be happy. That means you're not about to get hit by a hurricane or a tornado. But you can always keep track of the storms in your neck of the woods with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. It's free. We've got interactive weather radars. You can get your local weather forecast, watch our severe weather coverage, and more. Possible tornado approaching Seaton Road, Stalin Road, Springtown, Spur, southeast the city of Temple. Temple, give it another 5 minutes, you'll be clear to come out. We've got strong winds indicated now with these storms all the way up I-35 from Troy to Lorena to Waco. Definitely starting to see more of a wind signature with this. I definitely do not like this storm southeast of Temple now. This thing's gone from big old windmaker to big old windmaker with tornado written all over it, which is just not a good situation in any way, shape, or form. Belton, you're clear. It's still windy, but Belton, you're clear from a tornado threat. Temple, give it another 5 minutes, and please be mindful that there's probably going to be a lot of power lines down. Do not approach the power lines, even if they appear de-energized. And please, if you're going to go outside, wear something so you don't get, you don't, end up impaling your foot in debris or something. Okay, so again, Seton. Possibility of a tornado now near Seton Road. It's going to be moving just north of the community of Rogers. It's going to be moving towards Carbon Road, New Colony Road, and Bell County.
Texas local storm report from 3 miles northeast of Temple in Bell County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.50 inches.
Cyclone Road. That's an ironic name for this.
Additional information. Report from Ping Pong Ball. 1.50 inches.
Putting as many roads on here as I can. So again, the possibility of a tornado, straight line winds of 100 miles an hour. Moving southeast towards New Colony Road, Cardin Road, County Road 116, Millam Lane.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Bell County in Texas.
And based on the trajectory of this, it now does appear to be moving towards Ben Arnold, Burlington, Cameron. Temple, you're getting rocked with hail right now, but you are, in all likelihood, going to be clear from this. So again, City of Temple, you're going to be clear from this now. It's still pouring and storming and hailing, but the tornado extreme wind threat is now exiting Temple to the southeast. So Temple, you're clear. Morgan's Point Resort, you're clear. Belden, you're clear. Salado, you're clear. Harker Heights, you're clear. Killeen, you're clear. Troy, you're clear from, well, tornado, but we do have strong winds indicated all the way up to Waco now on I-35. It could be winds over 50 miles an hour. Potential of a tornado now approaching Cyclone Road and Seton Road, moving southeast towards Cordon Road, County Road 116 near Rogers and Buckholtz, Millam Road, County Road 131, County Road 120, County Road 203, and eventually Highway 77 between Rosebud, Burlington, Ben Arnold, and Cameron, Buckholtz, and Rogers, and Seton. You need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. The Storm Prediction Center has just issued a tornado watch for all of the Brazos Valley, parts of central Texas. It actually almost goes down to the city of Houston, mainly for this cluster of severe storms entering an environment supportive of all modes of severe weather, including tornadoes. So again, yay. That was about a sarcastic yay, by the way. All right, let's see. A&M, if y'all had your radar running this evening, that would be a great, great, great thing to have. I just don't think it's running. Sad. I don't even know if the A&M radar is actually still capable of running. That thing's really old. I haven't seen data from it recently, so... All right. Oh, let's go back. Make sure we're not missing anything. Let's do a statewide view. Temple, you're clear. Belton, you're clear. Please do not approach down power lines. even if they appear de-energized. Let's take a look at what's going on right now across the state. We're going to take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model for tonight and tomorrow morning to give you all a sense of the timing. We got some storms in, well, the big country. Yeah, a few storms still with some hail. No tornadoes there. Storms in the Concho Valley, quarter to golf ball size hail. Those are generally moving east-southeast. We got some storms in northeast Texas. Looks like from near Ore City to Marshall to Jefferson to Linden up to Atlanta. Some of these storms are being rambunctious. The potential for quarter to ping pong ball size hail. We could have some wind gust over 60 miles an hour. Those are generally moving off to the east now. We got a few storms back in the DFW Metroplex. Those are a little rambunctious now. Fort Worth to Arlington, North Richland Hills, moving up towards DFW Airport because the airport's needed more delays today. I'm so sorry to those of you traveling. And then we have additional convection firing up on 380 from Denton to McKinney. None of this in DFW severe right now, but there may be some pea to dime size hail with the strongest thunderstorms as they slowly move off to the east-northeast. We'll keep an eye on it just in case. Big issue with this cluster of storms racing southeast now towards Bryan College Station. Winds of 60 to 80 miles an hour, the potential for tornadoes and wind-driven large hail. Severe storm near Hallsville to Marshall to Nesbitt. A lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, maybe some quarter-size hail, wind gust of 60 miles an hour. Okay, so here's what we're going to do real quick. At 6:45, I'm going to go over this real quick, and then I'm going to have to take a quick visit to little boy's room. I normally wouldn't do this during coverage, but, you know, Mama Nature, sometimes nature calls.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Falls, Hill, Limestone, and McLennan County in Texas.
So again, Rosebud down to Cameron to Buckholtz. The potential for strong winds over 70 miles an hour. The potential for maybe a tornado. Wind-driven hail, hail sizes, quarter to golf ball. And we're going to have a new tornado warning coming out. Stand by.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Bell, Falls, and Milam County in Texas.
It's going to be a tornado warning that does include the city of Cameron, Buckholtz, Minerva, Rockdale, Maysfield, Rogers. So again, this is a tornado warning now until 7:15. That does include Rogers, Buckholtz, Cameron, Rockdale, just northwest of Milano, Minerva, Maysfield, south of Rosebud. Moving southeast now at 50, it is accelerating. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is 12 miles northwest of Cameron near Rogers, moving southeast at 50. It's possible tornado will be near Cameron by 6:55. Other locations in this warning include Minerva, Hanover, Barkley, Ben Arnold, Cyclone, Wilson, Sharp, Maysfield, Yarlton, and Hoyt. This is a tornado warning for Central Milam, Eastern Bell, Southern Falls counties until 7:15 p.m. And again, you can see well-defined hook echo now near Milam Lane, Gordon Road, County Road 116, moving southeast towards the city of Cameron. Y'all need to be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right, I'm going to have to take a quick break. We're going to be back here 6:55. I'm going to rush this, so hopefully before then. But again, we'll be right back.
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cass, Harrison, and Marion County in Texas. southwest Grand Prairie in Dallas County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.50 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, report from ping pong ball, 1.50 inches.
All right, my apologies, ladies and gentlemen. We're back. Ben Arnold, you're getting hit with the strongest winds right now. Strongest winds are going to be passing north of the city of Cameron, it looks like, moving right down FM 485 towards Maysfield, and eventually Hearn. So again, Cameron to Maysfield, be in a safe place, to Ben Arnold, eventually down to Gauze and Hearn. Okay, so again, yeah, looks like we probably did have a tornado in Temple, south sides of Temple. Okay, so Cameron to Maysfield, be in a safe place. Damaging straight line winds 60 to 75 miles an hour. Can't rule out a tornado, especially approaching Maysfield on FM 485. Here's the velocity mode. Let me turn off the storm track here and you'll see it. Again, we're seeing winds approaching 95 miles an hour still. Northeast of Cameron, approaching Maysfield on FM 485. And this storm has a history of producing a tornado on the south sides of the city of Temple, moving towards Hearn at this point, and eventually could make a run at Bryan College Station. All right, let's zoom out. Let's look at the state again, and then we're going to take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model, give you all a sense of what our expectations are for the remainder of this evening into tonight. Let me turn off satellite. It's getting closer to sunset, so it's going to start messing up things. You can see we do have a storm up in the DFW Metroplex.
Texas
Arlington.
Local storm report from 2 miles east of Arlington in Tarrant County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping, quarter, 1 inch.
That storm in Arlington to Grand Prairie has produced quarter to $half to ping pong ball size hail. I'm not sure why there's not a severe thunderstorm warning. Honestly, it's making me make sure I haven't missed a severe thunderstorm warning, but I don't see one. Okay, so that's what we have going on right now. Let's pop everything off. Let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model before I get distracted by some other nasty business. And let's take a look at the expectations for tonight into tomorrow morning. All right, we're going to press some buttons. We're going to switch over to this button here. We're going to hit the super duper awesome button. Let's see what the HER shows at 7 o'clock, and this is simply to see how it's handling things. It's not doing too bad. It's a little far north with this activity, but whatever. I can at least show you what the model data shows from 9 o'clock. We'll go through, let's go through 9 a.m., because it looks like we may have some morning activity develop. I'll let that load, and I'll actually put the timestamp on here so y'all can see what's going on. Here we go. So you can see, this generally weakens storms, that cluster moving into the Brazos Valley by 10 to 11 p.m., but we do have the possibility of some thunderstorm activity continuing into the late evening across Texoma, North Texas, Northeast Texas. In fact, some data even suggests some storms firing by, pre-dawn Thursday in the Concho Valley. Storms overnight, the strongest, could have hail and localized damaging winds and some heavy rain and, all that. We've got a storm over Grand Prairie, Arlington, that could have quarter-size hail, maybe a little bigger at times. That's moving towards West Dallas, Cockrell Hill. We've got a storm over Louisville, Lake Louisville, moving towards Little Elm, the Colony. That could have some very small hail, gusty winds, lightning. We've got a new storm over Greenville up to Commerce, Naylandville. That could have maybe some nickel-size hail, showing a bit of mid-level rotation, and heavy rainfall to cause flooding. And then we've got storms from Lassiter to Barra to Jefferson to Marshall, Scottsville to Lakeport. That activity is moving east. The potential for maybe some quarter-size hail, winds over 60 miles an hour. And then for what it's worth, there's baseball-size hail in Shreveport, Louisiana right now because, yay. And a bit of an interesting wind signature showing up southeast of Perry, southwest of Otto, northeast of Marlin. All right, so that's what the HER shows tonight. Let me switch back to the real-time radar. We'll go back to Central Texas. And again, if we're not talking about your storm, that's usually a good thing. You can keep track of your local weather conditions with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. Interactive weather radars. You can click on the radar tab for one radar. You can click on more. Zoom radar for other radar data. Your local weather forecast, severe weather coverage, and more. So again, seeing nasty wind right now, right over Maysfield, FM 485. That's going to be moving right towards Hearn. Winds over 95 miles an hour. Moving right down towards Hearn on FM 485.
Texas local storm report from Cameron in Milam County, Texas. Thunderstorm wind gust magnitude measured 60 miles per hour. Reported by AWO. Additional information, 60 miles per hour reported in Cameron.
Again, those storms are moving southeast at about 40 to 50 miles an hour.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Delta, Hopkins, and Hunt County in Texas.
Okay. So let's take a statewide view. The tornado warning continues until 7:15 p.m. for northeastern Milam County for a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Maysfield
Texas
that's
local
moving
storm
towards
report
Hearn.
3 miles northeast of Arlington in Tarrant County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping, quarter, 1 inch.
We'll likely see a severe weather warning extended down towards Hearn shortly. And that storm is headed, it may stay north of Bryan College Station barely, moving kind of towards Wixon Valley. Still showing strong straight line winds over 70 miles an hour. The potential for spin up tornado, hail, though the hail signature also has come down quite a bit, fortunately for now. Could still have quarter to golf ball size hail. Just checking on some things here. So what we're dealing with now, we have a cluster of severe storms moving into the Brazos Valley. We've had a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust in Cameron, at least. That storm moving towards Hearn and eventually towards northern sections of Bryan College Station could have 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds. The potential for Winds over 90 miles an hour approaching Hearn the next 10 minutes. Riding down FM 485, we've got storms with maybe some quarter-size hail winds of 50 to 60 all the way up towards Marlin, Mart, Prairie Hill, Coolidge, west of Mahia, west of Groesbeck. We've got storms up in portions of Hunt County. Now severe, could be quarter-size hail with that. Maybe half-dollar size winds to 60. Greenville to Commerce to Sulphur Springs to Cooper. Those storms moving kind of east right down I-30, unfortunately. That's just going to make for fun times on I-30. Flash flooding moving towards Sulphur Springs again.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Falls and Limestone County in Texas.
Then we've got a few storms still in the Concho Valley, but notice we're really only down to
Storm
one.
report from 1, Northwest Grand Prairie in Dallas County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping, quarter, 1 inch.
So again, severe storm passing north of El Dorado. That could have hail. The rest of these storms in the Concho Valley have weakened. Same story with storms in Big Country, which is nice. We still got plenty in northeast Texas, East Texas area. Storm in Grand Prairie, Arlington's produced quarter-size hail. Really not sure why that doesn't have a severe thunderstorm warning, but that's moving towards Cockrell Hill, West Dallas, Southwest Dallas, downtown Dallas from Grand Prairie. There could be nickel to quarter-size hail with that. Severe or a storm over Louisville to Lake Louisville, moving towards Frisco, Little Elm, Lakewood Village. That could have some small hail. We've got flash flooding galore in Waco and McLennan County, so it would be a good idea to stay home because apparently all the roads are messed up. We got storms from Valley View east to Pilot Point, Tioga, to Gunter, Dorchester, Howe. Those storms moving northeast slowly, heavy rain. Storm from Greenville to Nalinville to Commerce. That could have quarter-size hail. East to Cumbie. That's kind of right east on 30 towards Sulphur Springs. And that storm near Commerce is intensifying. The hail sizes may become larger soon. Again, most of the storms tonight, especially across the northern half of the state, and some of these storms may continue well into the night, will have a hail threat. Storms across central Texas, all modes of severe weather are possible, including a spin-up tornado, high wind, and some hail. What we got going on up here? What is that? All right.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Milam and Robertson County in Texas.
All right. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We no longer have any tornado warnings. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning now for the storms with 70 to 75 mile an hour winds, ping pong ball size hail, moving towards Hearn, Mumford, Wheelock, Franklin, Ridge, and eventually maybe Bryan College Station. We got flash flood warnings. Those are the blue boxes all the way back Waco down to Temple Bend, Killeen, Copper's Cove. And we got some flash flood warnings in northeast Texas. What we're going to do right now is, since we have no tornado warnings, we're going to take about a 15-minute break. We'll be back sooner if necessary. I'm just going to look over some data, but we'll have our next update at 7:30. As always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. Interactive weather radars, your local weather forecast, and more. We'll be back by 7:30 p.m. sooner if necessary.
warning has been issued for Brazos, Burleson, Grimes, and Madison County in Texas.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It's 7:30 on the 22nd of May, 2024. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Builder-in-Chief. We've got issues in terms of thunderstorms across the Brazos Valley now. We have a severe thunderstorm warning. That does include Bryan College Station up to the Wixon Valley, North Zolch, almost to Madisonville, to Hearn. This is a cluster of storms moving southeast, capable of 70-mile-an-hour winds, ping-pong ball-size hail, and localized flash flooding. This is the cluster of storms that did produce a tornado in Temple earlier, along with wind damage. So with these thunderstorms, they mean business. Now, they are not tornado warned anymore, and we've definitely seen some weakening over the last little while, which is good, but still, we've had winds over 60 miles an hour in Cameron. We've had quite a bit of wind damage, it looks like, in the city of Temple and Belton. We've got power poles down all over the place. And the cluster of severe storms currently extends from Hearn up to Kilo Oscar Sierra Sierra Echo, to Thornton, to Groesbeck, to Mahia, over to almost Fairfield at this point. These storms are moving east, southeast at about 40 miles per hour. And we'll be approaching Interstate 45 from Fairfield to Huntsville in the next pretty much hour. And again, damaging winds, maybe some pocket change size hail, heavy rainfall that may cause some localized flooding. Back in North Texas, we had a storm that moved through Arlington and Grand Prairie with quarter to ping pong ball size hail. That's over downtown Dallas now and his weekend. We've got some storms up in Grayson County, specifically, note that little core trying to develop near South Maid, west of Sherman. There could be a little hail with that. And then we got a pretty good sized storm with the potential of at least quarter size hail near Ridgeway and Cumbie, all the way up to Cooper. Though that's kind of a little cluster on its own now that is moving almost due east, it looks like, towards Sulphur Springs, Tira, Charleston, Lake Creek. And again, that will result in additional flooding, heavy rain, quarter-size hail at least, maybe some 50 to 60 mile-an-hour winds. Those storms moving east. We've got storms that are exiting northeast/east Texas from Marshall to Wascom, moving towards Shreveport. You can see we've actually got a tornado warning just southeast of Shreveport, Louisiana now. And then this cluster in the Brazos Valley with 50 to 70 mile-an-hour winds, the potential for quarter to ping-pong ball size hail, heavy rainfall that may cause flooding, a few isolated showers and storms back into the hill country, the Concho Valley. All that activity is behaving itself. Same thing goes, well, it was until this storm near Monday got itself going. That could have some hail near Monday, and that's moving northeast. What we're going to do now is we're going to take a look at the high-resolution rapid refresh model. And that'll give us an idea of the timeline for tonight into tomorrow morning. All right, so we're going to load this model from, we'll go from 9 o'clock through, we'll do 9 a.m. tomorrow. Let me let this load for a second. I'll pop the timeline on here. So this is what the high-res rapid refresh model shows as we go into this evening tonight. You can see it does weaken storms in the Brazos Valley. Generally by about 11 p.m. It actually does keep them going a little longer now through about 1 a.m. There could be some storms that do continue through the late evening hours. With mainly a hail threat, it looks like. Notice we may still have some activity in North Texas, Texoma, and Northeast Texas. After midnight into the morning hours Thursday, some of those storms could have quarter-size hail. At least, but hopefully not. And then we may also see some redevelopment of storms early Thursday morning in the Concho Valley. Those would try to move east towards the hill country. And again, maybe some hail with that activity, but definitely would not be the widespread issues we've had this afternoon into this evening. All right, we're going to keep an eye on things here at the Texas Storm Chasers. Again, the main issues for the next while will be storms moving into the Brazos Valley with the potential for damage and straight line winds over 70 miles an hour, quarter-size hail, heavy rainfall, no tornado warnings. It doesn't look like we're dealing with, any 90, 100 mile an hour winds right now. We're definitely keeping an eye on it, though. And we're going to be here through the evening. We'll have our next update at 7:50 p.m. sooner if necessary. As always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Interactive weather radars, live severe weather coverage, your local weather forecast, and more. We'll be back here in about 15 minutes or less.
Storm is over, it's a new morning, it's something beautiful, oh so wonderful. I can feel it now, sun comes through the clouds, it's a brand new day. Catching on like a wildfire, feeling for a brand new start. Red is gone now, it's so much brighter. New song in my heart. Catching on like a wildfire, feeling for a brand new start. Red is gone now, it's so much brighter. A new song in my
County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Caddo and DeSoto County in Louisiana. Panola County in Texas.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer. It is Wednesday, coming up 7:50 p.m. on this, the 22nd of May, 2024. We're monitoring a couple different thunderstorms now. We've got a nasty cluster of storms moving across the Brazos Valley. We've got a nasty supercell now, just north, or pretty much right around Sulphur Springs. That storm's looking pretty nasty. We'll take a closer look at that in a minute. And then a nasty complex of storms in the Brazos Valley, where we will begin our coverage. A lot of storms now, roughly from, let's just say, Fairfield to Teague to Farrar, Marquez down to Ridge to Edge, north of Wixon Valley. This storm's going to stay north of Bryan College Station, it looks like. The southern flank of that kind of dissipated, turned further east. You can see these storms are moving more to the east at about 50 miles an hour. We have a couple storms firing back west over I-35. Maybe a bit of small hail just north of Florence, south of Killeen. Those may move into Belton and Temple in the next hour, with the potential for some small hail, additional moderate rainfall. Those of y'all with storm damage, keep that in mind. I know there is a lot of damage around both Belton and Temple, as you'd expect.
Northwest Sulphur Springs in Hopkins County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 1.00 inch. Reported by amateur radio.
So again, we've got this complex of storms. Now, it should start to weaken here in the next 2 hours or so, but it's probably going to make it east of 45, and it could make it to places like Palestine, Crockett to, Huntsville, with the potential for strong winds, heavy rain, maybe some pocket change size hail. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to switch to the high-resolution radar. We'll take a closer look at this. I just want to look at a few things. We're going to switch from the how hard it's raining mode, you can see a pretty good cluster of storms here, to the which way the wind's blowing mode. And we still have plenty of straight-line wind signatures being indicated here. Some over 70 miles an hour. Pretty good pocket near Marquez. Pretty good pocket on 164 east of Groesbeck, moving towards Buffalo. And then a pocket southwest of Normandy. But we are also seeing some spin-up circulations on the leading edge of this line. So brief tornadoes can't be ruled out, along with localized straight-line winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. And again, those storms, as a whole, are moving east at about 50 miles an hour. We'll put a manual storm track on it real quick. And again, this would have it in Palestine at about 8:30, Crockett at about 8:40, Huntsville about 8:40, Madisonville 8:20, Centerville 8:05, Buffalo pretty much, the next 10 minutes. Same thing with Fairfield. And again, the potential for 60 to 70 mile an hour straight line winds. Can't rule out spin up tornadoes on the leading edge of the squall line, along with pocket change size hail. Now, let's take a look at these storms up here. We've got a supercell that has established itself right over the city of Sulphur Springs. This storm is moving east-southeast, the potential for quarter to ping-pong ball size hail. Storm does have a mid-level mesocyclone, not low-level rotation at this point, but the potential for some strong winds, heavy rainfall, quarter to ping pong ball size hail. The storm,
Texas
generally
local
speaking,
storm report from 4 miles north-northwest of Sulphur Springs in Hopkins County, Texas.
good enough.
Hail magnitude estimated 1.75 inches. Reported by law enforcement.
Okay, so we have golf ball size hail now reported with this storm in Sulphur Springs. That makes sense. So again, this storm now has a history of producing golf ball size hail in Sulphur Springs. That's going to be moving east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour towards Mount Vernon, Winnsboro, Pearlie, Como, and Picton. And again, the potential for golf ball size hail, strong wind gusts, heavy rainfall that could cause additional flooding. We have other thunderstorms, Lamar County, down to Cooper, west to Ladonia, to Leonard and Trenton. Those storms are not severe. They may have pea-size hail, the potential for some gusty winds, heavy rainfall. Back in North Texas we go. Storms in the Metroplex are actually completely gone. That storm that we had earlier is gone, completely gone. The one that dropped hail in Arlington and Grand Prairie, that's gone. And then in northwest Texas we go. We have a storm over the city of Seymour, moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. That could have quarter-size hail in the city of Seymour over the next few minutes. And that's generally moving north-northeast. That should also probably weaken. But again, you can see we do have thunderstorms continuing. We've got some storms now back from Killeen to Florence to Temple. Heavy rainfall, small hail, much weaker than earlier storms. And we also have flash flood warnings galore. From Goldwaite all the way east to Waco to Groesbeck, down to Salado, Temple Bend, east of Franklin, with a lot of street flooding, quick rising creeks and streams, etc. We've calmed down in the Concho Valley, we've calmed down in the Big Country, so again, main issues will be these storms, the Brazos Valley, with damaging winds, 60 to 70 miles an hour, approaching places like Fairfield, Centerville, Buffalo, Madisonville. Staying just north of Bryan College Station, y'all will probably get the nasty wind still, moving east at 50 miles an hour. And then we've got these storms in northeast Texas that have become rather rambunctious in the hail department. Storm near Sulphur Springs, again, golf ball size hail. Let's switch over. We're going to take a look at the high resolution rapid refresh model. We'll switch a few buttons here. I just want to see what this model shows at 8 o'clock. You can see it's not doing too bad. It's not the greatest, but at the same time, at least, it's not half a state off. So we're going to loop that. We're going to do 10 p.m. through 10 a.m. tomorrow. And this is just to give you a general timeline, an idea of what may be going on. So again, you can see we may have scattered storms continuing into the night across portions of central Oklahoma, southern Oklahoma, southeastern Oklahoma. I mention that because those could move across the Red River.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Delta, Hopkins, and Lamar County in Texas.
Into Texoma and northeast Texas, even parts of North Texas, late tonight or Thursday morning. Some of those storms could have gusty winds and hail. We also may see additional thunderstorms develop early Thursday morning across the Concho Valley into central Texas and the Hill Country, move towards maybe even parts of North Texas before sunrise and through the early afternoon hours.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Delta, Hopkins, and Lamar County in Texas.
And some of those storms tomorrow morning may have hail. It does look like we're going to be busy tomorrow afternoon once again across North Texas, Texoma, and the Arklatex with another round of supercellular thunderstorms capable of all modes of severe weather. Big hail, strong wind, maybe a tornado threat. Not as far south as today. Knock on wood.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brazos, Grimes, Houston, Madison, Trinity, and Walker County in Texas.
Okay. We'll go ahead and show that, since it sounds like half of southeast Texas just went under a severe thunderstorm warning. Not really, but plenty of activity. Let me go ahead, kill satellite. We'll knock this down to an hour and actually turn radar data on. So again, you can see severe thunderstorm warnings have been extended. This is just a 1 hour loop. It shows these storms are moving from west to east at about 50 miles an hour. They're fast moving. The potential for damaging winds. Pocket change size hail. Can't rule out a spin-up tornado, honestly, but that's not a high threat. And again, that's going to be moving towards all the way pretty much from Fairfield, Buffalo, Centerville to Wixon Valley, Madisonville now, towards Oakwood, Palestine, Grapeland, Crockett, Lovelady, Trinity, Riverside, and Huntsville over the next hour. The strongest storms producing wind gusts over 70 miles an hour. Frequent cloud-to-ground lightning, pocket change size hail, and can't rule out a spin-up tornado. And I guess a spin-out, a spin-up, tornado as well. And then up in northeast Texas, these storms, one near Sulphur Springs is golf ball size hail, moving towards Mount Pleasant. And, moving from Sulphur Springs towards Mount Vernon and Winsboro, Pearly, and then it looks like we might have a hail core going up over the southeast sides of Paris right now. That'd be moving towards Blossom, Sun Valley, Detroit, and Woodland over the next little while. All right, we're going to keep an eye on things here at the Texas Storm Chasers. We'll have our next update at 8:15 p.m., sooner if necessary. As always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. We'll be back by 8:15, sooner if necessary. Good afternoon or good evening, whichever you prefer. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer. Starting to see sunset time here across parts of the state. We're still dealing with multiple thunderstorms, though, as we continue into the evening hours. We got a cluster of storms from right on I-45 at this point in the eastern Brazos Valley, from Fairfield to Buffalo to Centerville to Madisonville. Those are moving east at about 50 miles an hour towards places like Palestine, Elkhart, Grapeland, Crockett, Lovelady, Trinity, Riverside, Groveton. The potential for 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. The potential for pocket change size hail and heavy rainfall. A lot of cloud to ground lightning. We've got a severe thunderstorm over Saltillo and Mount Vernon in Franklin County.
A thunderstorm warning has been issued for Anderson County in Texas.
Up in Franklin County in northeast Texas, we've got a severe storm just northwest of Detroit in Red River County in northeast Texas. We've got a storm just southwest of Cooper in Delta County in northeast Texas. All three storms have hail potential, quarter-size hail, damaging straight-line winds, perhaps, and heavy rainfall. Storms in northeast Texas. The storm near Mount Vernon's moving east-southeast at about 30. Storms near Detroit and Cooper are the Cooper storm's moving east towards Tira. The Detroit storm is moving quickly northeast towards Woodland and Idabel, Oklahoma. The storms along I-45 in the eastern Brazos Valley moving east at about 50. And we have additional storms with small hail, brief heavy rain, and lightning developing back over portions of Falls, Bell, and Williamson counties, central Texas. Those are generally moving north-northeast. The general expectation, and then for what it's worth, a storm northeast sides of Seymour that has managed to become strong again. That could have quarter-size hail. That is moving up towards Dundee, Menkins up the highway there. We'll see if it makes it up to Wichita Falls, 82. Otherwise, the complex of storms at the Brazos Valley eventually is going to weaken, but it may make it into portions of East Texas, Highway 259, 59 first. The potential for damaging winds, 60 to 75 miles an hour, continues. The potential for nickel to quarter-size hail. We still have storms in northeast Texas. These could have quarter to golf ball size hail, 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. Those may continue for several hours, and as we continue into the night, we may see additional isolated scattered storms develop across portions of Texoma, North Texas, Northeast Texas, with some hail. In fact, I'll just switch everything off real quick. We'll look at the high-resolution rapid refresh model. One moment, please. I just got to press some buttons here. We'll press this, I'll press that, we'll press that. We'll look at this model at 9 o'clock just to see how it's doing, and it's not doing too bad. It is being slow with this. We don't actually have storms along I-35 in central Texas, so actually it could be doing better. But as you can see, around midnight, it still does have isolated scattered storms in North Texas, even into parts of central Texas. Some of those may be on the strong side with a bit of hail, not as, strong as this evening and this afternoon, but still, there may be some hail. So we go into early Thursday morning, you can see storms try to intensify across southern Oklahoma. Those may eventually try to make a run at northeast Texas in the Arklatex, Texoma, the Red River area. We'll see. Also noteworthy, we may see some storms develop in the Concho Valley around 3 to 4 a.m. Thursday. Those could have hail, and then eventually make their way towards central Texas, the hill country. Some chance for heavy rain, maybe a bit of hail. And then we could also have storms just expand into portions of northeast Texas as well. So you can see by, noon, we may have some thunderstorms underway, North Texas, Central Texas, into northeast Texas. Some of these may have modestly large hail. All right, with that being said, we'll keep an eye on things here. We're going to do our next update at 8:40 p.m. As always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You can find that app where you download devices for your, or download apps for your device. Texas Storm Chasers is free. Interactive weather radar. You can click the radar tab for one radar, click the more, and then zoom radar button for the second interactive weather radar. We've got live severe weather coverage, your local weather forecast, and more. And as always, you can find us on the web, texasstormchasers.com/radar for our online radar. All right, we're going to be here through, well, at least 9 o'clock. We'll have our next update in about 20 minutes at 8:40 p.m., sooner if necessary. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Boldy-in-Chief, David Reimer.
Texas.
All right, it's going to be a tornado warning now, so we'll come back. It's going to be a tornado warning for portions of southern Franklin, southwestern Titus, and northwestern Camp counties in northeast Texas. This does include the city of Mount Pleasant, Winfield, Mount Vernon, to northwest of Rocky Mound. We'll go ahead and switch back to the high-res radar. Weather Service Shreveport is highlighting the potential of a circulation just east of Highway 37, south of Mount Vernon. What they're looking at is this thing here. I'm not sure if this is a radar artifact or not, but it's concerning enough. The Weather Service at Shreveport has decided to put a tornado warning out until 9 p.m. for southern Franklin, southwestern Titus, and northwestern Camp counties in northeast Texas. And again, this is going to be a tornado warning that does technically include Interstate 30 from Mount Vernon to Mount Pleasant. It includes Highway 271 from Mount Pleasant to just northwest of Pittsburgh, and it does include the communities of Mount Pleasant, Winfield, and Mount Vernon. Threat of a tornado will remain south of Interstate 30 in all likelihood, with the hail threat on and just north of Interstate 30. So again, this will be a tornado warning through 9 p.m. Tornado warning means you need to take your tornado safety precautions. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This storm will be moving off to the east at about 30 miles an hour. We'll go ahead and read the warning here from the Weather Service in Shreveport at 8:22 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Purley or 10 miles north of Winsboro, moving east at 35 miles an hour. This possible tornado will be near Mount Pleasant at 8:45 p.m. Other locations in this warning include Miller's Cove, Rocky Mound, Monticello, Winfield, Cypress, and Hopewell. And again, this also does include Interstate 30 between Mount Vernon and Mount Pleasant. Switching back from the how hard it's raining mode to the velocity mode, I mean, yeah, I can't rule something out here. Really can't, but we'll see. Definitely the potential for a spin-up tornado. Maybe some localized damaging winds. This would now be east of Highway 37. I'll see if we can't get some roads on here. County Road 4250, Timberwood, Huckey's Hollow Trail, Azala Lane, Huckey Suckle Trail again. County Road 4245, 4250. And again, this would be coming off I-30. Then just a bunch of county roads out here northwest of Rocky Mound, south of Winfield, south of I-20, southwest of Mount Pleasant. And again, this is for the possibility of a quick spin-up tornado with this thunderstorm southeast of Mount Vernon. This thunderstorm is southeast of Mount Vernon. If you're in Mount Vernon, you're fine from this. Definitely the potential for some hail. We know tennis ball size hail has been produced by this thunderstorm back near Sulphur Springs. This storm moving east, southeast at about 35 miles an hour. The potential again for a spin-up tornado, damaging winds, and maybe golf ball to tennis ball size hail, unfortunately. Pretty big hail with this right now, it looks like. So again, that is a tornado warning until 9 p.m. for southern Franklin, southwestern Titus, and northwestern portions of Camp counties in northeast Texas. Damaging straight line winds, maybe a spin-up tornado, quarter to golf ball to maybe even tennis ball size hail with that. We'll go back south, take a look at the complex of thunderstorms now moving into portions of East Texas. You can see nasty little bow approaching Elkhart. We could have winds over 75 miles an hour approaching Elkhart. South of Palestine on Highway 287, the leading edge of this goes from near Elkhart back to, let's say, Centerville to Madisonville. And this is moving east at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. We'll put a storm track on it. Just do that. So again, this will be in Rusk at about 9:05 to 9:10, Alto at about 9:10, Wells at about 9:15 to 9:20, Kenner at about 9 p.m., Crockett about 8:45, Lovelady about 8:50, Trinity about 8:55 to 9, Riverside about 9, Groveton about 9:15. If this continues, it may be approaching Lufkin by 9:30 to 9:40. And again, currently this line has the potential of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Can't rule out quick spin-up tornadoes. Maybe some dime to quarter size hail and heavy rainfall that may cause street flooding. And again, that's with this complex of storms in the eastern Brazos Valley. We got some showers and occasional storms back from near Pflugerville up to Temple Belton to Mahia. Those storms are not severe, just some brief moderate to heavy rainfall. We've got this storm currently southeast of Mount Vernon, moving towards highway, pretty much moving towards Mount Pleasant, Highway 271. I'll admit that is a more defined area of circulation showing up now southeast of Mount Vernon. And again, that's generally moving off to the east at about 30 miles an hour. So those of you in Winfield to Mount Pleasant, can't rule out a spin-up tornado with this. Definitely would be difficult to see considering the terrain, the trees, and the time of the evening. And these storms, again, are moving east at about 30 miles an hour across northeast Texas. So, looks like we have nearly 150,000 customers without power in parts of the northern Brazos Valley and central Texas, Temple Bell area. And it was 113 degrees today at the Rio Grande village in Texas. So again, tornado warning through 9 p.m. southeast of Mount Vernon. Hail core, Mount Vernon, 67 over to Winfield, along Interstate 30, moving towards Mount Pleasant. Stay north of Pittsburgh, north of Rocky Mountain. The potential for quarter to golf ball size hail, localized damaging winds, and a tornado cannot be ruled out with this thunderstorm. Otherwise, besides this lone storm, again, the Bow Echo and the eastern Brazos Valley moving into parts of East Texas from near Tucker to Elkhart to Estonia to Midway to Madisonville to Bedayas. Moving east at about 50 miles an hour, the potential for 60 to 75 mile an hour winds. Dime to quarter size hail, spin up tornado cannot be ruled out with that activity. And then otherwise, we have a tornado warning for Mount Pleasant, Winfield for a thunderstorm that may try to produce a spin-up tornado that could also have quarter to maybe ping pong ball size hail. Look, this thing's not one of these, clear-cut situations like earlier where I could be like, okay, big damaging wind or tornado. This is almost what looks like it may be slightly elevated. We'll see. It could still put a weak tornado down. Quick spin up as it moves towards Mount Pleasant and Winfield. And I don't mean to make that sound, minor. I mean, a tornado's a tornado. You have a tornado come down your street. It doesn't matter if it's a quick spin up or, the next Moore, Oklahoma EF5. If it takes your roof off or knocks a tree down on your car or house, it's a big deal to you. So take it seriously. That's what you should do. If you're in a tornado warning, you take action. Here's the tornado warning. It includes Mount Pleasant, northwest of Pittsburgh, Winfield, southeast of Mount Vernon. Highway 37, you're clear from this. The storm is east of Highway 37 by several miles now. It is about to exit Franklin County and move into Titus County and Camp County. So Franklin County will be able to give you an all clear in several minutes. Mount Vernon, you're clear. Highway 37, you're clear. Pearlie, you're clear. Winsboro, you were never under the threat of this. Winfield to Mount Pleasant, you should be taking your tornado safety precautions. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes if you got them handy. If not, it's okay. Just go take shelter. This shouldn't take too long. Interior room, lowest floor. We want to make sure you're away from exterior walls just in case you have a tree come down on your house or something. We have some tree limbs start flying around and try to break out windows. We don't want you to get hurt by flying glass or flying debris, stuff like that. This storm may also produce quarter to golf ball size hail as it moves east at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. This is one of these situations where we could get a quick spin-up tornado, or we may not, but still, you can definitely see we do have a bit of a circulation here. This is the which way the wind's blowing mode. Colors in the green moving towards the radar in Shreveport. Colors in the red are moving away. So again, yes, we do have an area of modest circulation that has the potential of producing a weak spin-up tornado. This storm did produce nearly tennis ball size hail on the east sides of Sulphur Springs a bit earlier. The hail core doesn't look as intense as it did, but we still may have quarter to golf ball size hail come out of this thunderstorm as it moves off to the east at about 30 miles per hour. So again, this is just one of these situations where we want to be better safe than sorry. And that's what we would encourage you to do if you're in Winfield to Mount Pleasant. Circulation is a couple miles south of Interstate 35, Interstate 30 right now, south of Winfield. generally moving east at about 30 miles an hour towards Mount Pleasant. As this thunderstorm continues to move east at about 30 miles an hour, the potential will exist for localized winds of 50 to 60 miles an hour, maybe some quarter to golf ball size hail, heavy rainfall, and we can't rule out a spin-up tornado. If a spin-up tornado were to occur, it would likely be on the brief and weak variety, but still, tornado's a tornado, and if it comes down your street and knocks some trees down on you, that is a big, big deal. So that's why we want you to be in a safe location. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. It'll be okie dokie. Back down here into the eastern Brazos Valley, you can see we do have a line of intense thunderstorms now on Interstate 45. Let me clear the storm track. Approaching pretty much, well, actually, it's east of 45. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Oakwood to Elkhart to Grapeland, west of Crockett to Madisonville, showing some pretty impressive winds. I'll be honest, this Boeing segment approaching Elkhart. Now, we're looking several thousand feet above the ground here. Earlier, I was hollering about 100-mile-an-hour winds in Temple Bell, and that's because we were looking like 500 feet above the ground. Here around Elkhart, we're not. We're looking several thousand feet above the surface, but that is still an impressive rear inflow jet signature coming up into Elkhart with this thunderstorm. By rear inflow jet, let me tell you what I mean. Notice how this is kind of bowing out. It's because there's a strong jet, rear inflow jet, wind pushing into this thunderstorm, resulting in that bowing structure. This can do a couple things. One, we might see a quick spin-up tornado here on this northeastern flank of this, where we're able to get some rotation. And two, the potential for damaging straight-line winds over 70 to 75 miles an hour, increasing for Grapeland up to Elkhart over the next few minutes. So again, that's what we call rear inflow jet. And this is what we call a bowing segment of a thunderstorm. When I say bowing, like bow echo, bowing segment, that's what I mean. It's the wind coming in on the backside of this thunderstorm, pushing in the center, creating an apex where parts of this storm are moving faster off to the east. So, again, the potential certainly exists for damaging straight-line winds of 70-plus miles an hour with wind damage from Oakwood to Elkhart to Grapeland over the next 20 minutes. It wouldn't be a bad idea to treat this like you would a tornado warning by seeking shelter. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Get away from west-north-facing windows. Again, Elkhart to Slocum to Grapeland, you're probably getting pelted with very strong westerly winds at this time. Be strong enough to knock down trees, cause power outages. And then extending farther south, the potential for gusty winds, 50 to 60 miles an hour, with maybe some small hail all the way down to Madisonville. And again, this thing around Elkhart really does have a very nasty-looking wind signature. So that's definitely one of the more impressive wind signatures we've seen since this was back in Temple and Belton earlier. So Elkhart, be in a safe place would be a recommendation. After this storm is going to quickly be moving towards Alto. It's riding east pretty much right on Highway 294 towards Alto and Rusk. So Alto and Rusk, you're next up in terms of dealing with this nasty son of a gun. We'll switch to the Shreveport radar. Again, you can see the Shreveport radar is showing a similar wind signature. This is kind of in our radar hole, but definitely a lot of damaging wind potential with this storm near Elkhart. Back up into northeast Texas, a tornado warning remains in effect for the Mount Pleasant area. A thunderstorm. Capable of producing a spin-up tornado, maybe some damaging winds, pocket change size hail. You can see clear-cut hook echo here. This is going to be crossing Highway 271 over or just south of the city of Mount Pleasant. In the next several minutes, the potential will exist for a quick spin-up tornado. Damaging winds, maybe some pocket change size hail. So if you're in the city of Mount Pleasant, better to be safe than sorry. To treat this tornado warning as you should treat all tornado warnings, by taking your tornado safety precautions. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, this thunderstorm will be moving into the city of Mount Pleasant over the next 10 to 15 minutes. You can see well-defined hook echo with this. Could have some quarter to ping pong ball size hail as well. Mount Vernon, you are clear from this thunderstorm. Winfield, you are clear from this thunderstorm. Highway 37, you're clear. Winfield to Mount Vernon on Interstate 30, you're clear. This thunderstorm will be crossing Highway 271 near Mount Pleasant, staying well north of Pittsburgh, near Mount Pleasant over the next 10 to 15 minutes. So if you're in Mount Pleasant, go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions. It'll be okie dokie. We'll get through this A-okay. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, don't bother going looking for this thing. It's getting dark out. You got trees. And again, if we get something out of this, it's probably not going to be one of these, strong, long-track tornadoes. It'll likely be one of these spin-ups that's down for a few seconds and knocks some trees down. And we don't want folks getting hurt if a tree comes down on your house or something. And again, the rotation signature is looking less impressive than it did earlier, but it still has a impressive reflectivity structure, that hook. So we'll keep that in mind. Maybe if we can get fortunate here, maybe the Weather Service and Shreveport will cancel this warning earlier. The storm continues to weaken. If not, tornado warning goes through 9 p.m. this evening for the Mount Pleasant area. All right, Elkhart, you're getting attacked by this bow echo right here. This thing's got attitude. Probably getting winds over 70 miles an hour in Elkhart. That's going to be moving towards Rusk and Alto quickly over the next 30 minutes. This section of the storm moving east at about 50. So what I'll do is I'll draw a storm track. So would have it in Rusk by 9:10 p.m. Jacksonville 9:05 to 9:10. Alto at about 9:10, Wells at about 9:15 to 9:20, Lufkin around 9:30, Kennard about 9:05, Crockett the next several minutes, Groveton about 9:15, Lovelady about 8:55, Trinity 9 o'clock, Riverside about 9 o'clock, Huntsville about 9 o'clock, approaching Lufkin by 9:30 to 9:40, Nacogdoches about 9:35 to 9:40. And again, this thunderstorm complex has the potential of 60 to 75 mile-an-hour winds that can bring down trees and power lines and cause wind damage. And the potential would exist for some pocket change size hail and heavy rainfall. This is a wind maker now versus a big hail maker. Winfield, Mount Vernon, Pearly, you're clear from this tornado warning up in northeast Texas. Tornado warning does continue until 9 p.m. around Mount Pleasant, but I'll be honest, this thing will be east of Mount Pleasant before 9 o'clock. It's already about to cross Highway 271, and once it crosses Highway 271, it'll be out of the tornado warning. There is still some very modest low-level rotation with this, but I'll be honest, if we get a tornado out of this, it might just be one of these very brief spin-ups that knocks some trees down. Of course, if it knocks trees down on your property, your house, your car, it's a big deal. So that's why we want you to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest room, center floor, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And perhaps, if we're lucky, knock on wood, that'll be the last tornado warning we deal with today. We've still got storms to deal with damaging winds moving into parts of East Texas. But again, this thunderstorm may still have some dime to quarter size hail in Mount Pleasant right now. Heavy rain in Cookeville up to Argo. It'll eventually continue moving east, making it east of Highway 271 in the next 15 minutes. Only other storms we're super concerned about right now are these moving out of the eastern Brazos Valley and into East Texas from near Elkhart to Grapeland to Crockett, back to Midway, Madisonville. Pretty nasty wind signature. in Elkhart right now. That could be some nasty wind with that. We'll see if we hear of any wind damage or get a weather station wind measurement there. That's staying mostly south of Palestine. And then down to Grapeland you go. That's moving towards Rusk and Alto Highway 69 over the next 30 minutes. We expect at some point these storms should start weakening the next hour or two, but if not...
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cherokee, Nacogdoches, and Rusk County in Texas.
If not, well, these storms will make it all the way to Louisiana by 11 o'clock. The potential for 70-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. And again, that thing near Elkhart, we're going to watch carefully. That's a very impressive Boeing signature with that thunderstorm. Bit of a curl to it, really. There's the velocity. You can see, now we're looking 10,000 feet up, so definitely not 100-mile-an-hour winds at the surface, probably, but still, it could be at least 70 on 287 between Elkhart and Grapeland. A lot of trees coming down, perhaps, and that'll be moving east on Highway 294 towards the city of Alto and Rusk over the next several minutes to 20 minutes. If that continues, that'll impact areas like Nacogdoches up to Tipson, to Mount Enterprise, to Tipson, to Senator Carthage, before moving into Louisiana over the next 2 hours. Okay, so again, this storm is in Mount Pleasant about to be out of the warning. Mount Pleasant, your warning goes till 9. I'm going to say 8:55, and you'll be good. I'll be honest, not really seeing a tornadic signature out of this. I mean, really, not. But I'm not going to say you're completely donezo, because that just wouldn't be appropriate. But you're about to be, in terms of having to deal with this tornado warning. Hi, Max.
I'm using the restroom.
Okay. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. You know what, Mount Pleasant, honestly, you're fine by 8:55. We're gonna keep watching this line of storms farther south. We're gonna take a quick break, and we'll be back here with another update at 9 p.m. sooner if necessary.
issued for Houston, Madison, Trinity, and Walker County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bowie, Cass, Morris, and Titus County in Texas.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It's 9:03 on the 22nd of May, 2024. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer. We continue to monitor a cluster of thunderstorms now moving into East Texas, out of the Brazos Valley. This cluster is responsible for producing quite a bit of wind damage all the way back through Elkhart to Temple and Belton, where we had a tornado. We've got a report of a tree down on a house off Highway 294 and FM 2419, just east of Elkhart. That is where I was talking about that big old enhanced bow echo signature coming on in from the west with those strong winds. So, yeah, apparently that did indeed produce quite a bit of wind damage around Elkhart. And that line is now in Alto to Rusk, moving east towards Mount Enterprise, Nacogdoches, and to a lesser extent down to Crockett. We are starting to see some decrease in intensity now with these storms finally. Hopefully that trend will continue over the next hour or two. But again, this line of storms will probably make it to Highway 59, all the way from, Mount Enterprise down through Lufkin, maybe Corrigan. The potential for localized damaging winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour. Maybe some small hail. Not dealing with a lot of hail at this point, but some small hail certainly can't be ruled out. But again, it really does look like these storms are starting to weaken, which hopefully means we're going to be done with this soon in terms of this big old bow echo knocking trees down onto things, because that's just annoying. We do have a thunderstorm near Dingerfield, south of Naples. That storm is shooting off quite a bit of lightning right now, moving east at about 40 miles an hour. And again, that storm towards Naples and eventually Atlanta. The possibility of maybe some quarter-size hail, gusty winds, and a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. Otherwise, you can see we are mostly quiet now. North Texas, Texoma, Northwest Texas, Central Texas. We are expecting isolated scattered storms to keep popping up overnight into Thursday morning from the Concho Valley into the Hill Country, Central Texas, North Texas, Texoma. Most folks won't be getting storms, but there may be a few overnight that shoot off lightning, maybe a little bit of hail. Otherwise, though, the majority of today's severe weather events should be winding down now that we're starting to see these storms across East Texas weaken. So again, Alto to Rusk, you're getting some nasty wind right now. We're still seeing a nasty wind signature around Alto, moving towards Nacogdoches. Appleby, Tipson, Garrison, we could have winds over 70 miles an hour. But the storm is at least starting to weaken, so hopefully that will result in the wind threat starting to come down a bit over the next hour. But eventually these storms will dissipate and weaken over the next 2 hours. Southern section of this line are starting to, but we're still getting a pretty good surge of wind around Alto and Rusk, moving towards Mount Enterprise, Tipson, and Tenaha. And again, those storms are moving east. Let me show you what the high-res rapid refresh model does overnight. And then, in all likelihood, we're going to wrap this severe weather coverage up for the evening and switch y'all over to our 24/7 weather feed, which will keep you updated on the warnings as we go into the overnight hours. We'll still be here keeping an eye on things. All right, we're going to switch to the high-res rapid refresh model. I'm just going to let it play from 11 p.m. through, honestly, let's just go through noon tomorrow. Let's see what this model shows. Again, you can see there are thunderstorm chances that could, redevelop early tomorrow morning, pre-dawn hours Thursday, across the Concho Valley, Hill Country, North Texas, Texoma, and Northeast Texas. So don't be surprised if you get some rumbling overnight and, even into the mid-late morning hours tomorrow, some of those storms could have hail. A lot of lightning, some heavy rainfall. Okay, so what we're going to do is we'll keep an eye on things here at the Texas Storm Chasers. If we have any sort of mischief, we'll return. But hopefully we're done with the tornado mischief. Still seeing nasty straight-line wind. Rusk to Alto moving towards Mount Enterprise. Tipson, Garrison, Tenaha. But hopefully that wind threat will come down over the next 30 minutes as that storm continues to weaken. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Building-in-Chief David Reimer. Thanks for tuning in this afternoon, this evening. We'll be back. We have more issues. Otherwise, tomorrow could be a busy day. Once again, across portions of Texas, Texas, but North Texas, Texoma, and the Arklatex. We'll have that in your Texas Weather Roundup forecast Thursday morning. As always, you can get your local weather forecast, interactive weather radars, storm chasing video, and more in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. It's free. All right, we'll be keeping an eye on things. Y'all have a great evening. Thank you for tuning in. Hopefully you made it through today without many issues. God bless.